One, two, mic check. One, two, mic check. One, two, mic check. One, two, mic check. Mic check. One, two, one.
fill up the front of the room. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you kindly for your cooperation. I'll just give it about 30 seconds for us to settle down and we can officially start our program. You can just take the front seat over there. Don't worry about it. Yeah. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and greetings to all our distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 2023 Mictseta Stakeholder Engagements. This is a series of stakeholder engagements that we are running countrywide. We kick-started our first stakeholder engagement forum in Bloemfontein in the middle of February. So we are quite delighted to be in Polokwane this morning. I'm not here alone. I have a panel of presenters who will obviously share their insights in their respective divisions. And I will begin by introducing our Chief Executive Officer, who's just been with us in over 8 months as the new Mictseta CEO, Mr. Matume Madibane. Can you please join me in giving him a round of applause? Seated next to the Chief Executive Officer on my right-hand side is Mr. Thabang Motsweneng, who is our Acting Manager for Sector Skills Planning. If we can give him a round of applause. Mr. Ernest Nemukabini is our Senior Manager for Learning Programs, and he is seated also on the far right-hand side. May we give him a round of applause. And next to Ernest is Ms. Gugu Sema, who is the Senior Manager for our Fourth Industrial Revolution, i.e. 4IR division. If we can give her a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also worthy to note the provincial skills development facilitators and the government departments from the province who are also in attendance today. It is the Office of the Premier, Limpopo Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Limpopo ICT Forum, MLab and Limpopo Connections, as well as distinguished guests from our SDB profile in this province. You can give yourselves a round of applause and let us welcome them. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret to recognize the critical role that technology and media are playing, shaping the future of our societies and economies. Therefore, the importance of developing the necessary skills to thrive this rapidly evolving landscape is of great imperative. As we look into the future, We are witnessing unprecedented changes in the way that we work and live our lives, the way that we communicate, as well as consume information. The emergence of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, the Internet of Things is transforming the way that we live our lives, and therefore it is crucial that we equip our workforce with the skills and the knowledge necessary to succeed in this digital era. Yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, as key participants in the skills development sector, today's engagement is an opportunity for all of us to come together, exchange ideas, share best practices, and learn from one another in addressing the skills deficit in our country and plight of unemployment. We are obviously all aware of the results that have just been released yesterday. As much as they've shown a slight decrease in the rate of unemployment, but still a 37.2% is a percentage too high for our country to deal with, given the economic conditions that we are in. We've been grey-listed, and I suppose we are all aware of the dire economic situation that the South African economy is in. So our panel today will be discussing a range of topics from a sector skills plan and a research perspectives, from a learning programs, from an education training and quality assurance, as well as a 4IR perspective. And we are obviously also going to be open for audience engagement after each presentation. A program has also been included in front of you such that you are able to follow in the proceedings of the day. The program is divided into two sections. Our first section will see a presentation, or rather a keynote address from our CEO, presentations from our SSP and LPD department. We will then have an engagement session following that first session. After a tea break, we will then receive presentations from our 4IR department, ETQA, as well as QCTO, who will obviously be giving an update on the status of qualifications from a quality, from an occupational occupations perspective. After that, have gained a better understanding of the current state of the media and ICT sector's skills development within the SETA space. And that you obviously will have identified key areas that we can work together as a SETA in order to improve and advance the sector. Because we do need productive and innovative solutions that our citizens can have necessary qualifications in order to be competitive in this global economy that we are all operating in. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to have taken the time out of your busy schedules to come and join us for the stakeholder engagement. Your presence and your contributions will make this engagement a success, and we look forward to fruitful and robust engagement session. Just a few house rules before I kickstart the agenda, or rather before we kickstart our agenda and hand over to our CEO for his keynote and opening address. The bathrooms are situated on the left-hand side of this venue. And also obviously understanding that the work and our lives are in the palm of our hands, if we could keep our cell phones on silent. But on that note as well, we want you to keep the engagement going on social platforms. The hashtag to use today is MICT Stakeholder 2023. Please share your thoughts on Twitter, Facebook, post pictures, take pictures, post them on Instagram, and please do tag us Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me hand over to our CEO, Mr. Matume Madibana. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes up?
Thanks very much, Madam Machikiza. Ke gae mo re santse no bolelanyana so re go re gae a matlhako Thobela le kae re bona a ke re ke gae re santse re bolele re re macherone ba re mene re on yeah so just sign the form ja conflict of interest appropriately, otherwise I'm definitely conflicted. I saw a few faces, Office of the Premier. By the way, I worked for Office of the Premier, Limpopo, for quite some few years, 5 years or so. I worked for Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. I worked for Mulemule local municipality. I worked for Limpopo Gambling Board before I migrated to Gauteng. So I'm a product of this province. So I remain the son of the soil. Yeah, I remain the son of the soil. Yeah, just to make a few acknowledgements, ladies and gentlemen, before I even start with my keynote. I learned that we've got colleagues from Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. This Office of the Premier, I noticed a colleague. I'm shocked he's still at Office of the Premier. She was there when I was there, dating as far back as 2003, 2004, somewhere there. She's still in that office. That's a sign of loyalty. And we need loyal civil servants because the minute you have loyalty, you serve better. You always wear customers' shoes. You wear stakeholders' shoes. There's a COGSTA, that is Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. There's also Limpopo Connections. There's a Limpopo ICT Forum. I learned there's also MLab represented. But critically, there are stakeholders who make it possible for us in terms of ensuring that the mandate before us is well executed in the best interest of the young people of this country. We are Mictseta, that is Media, Information and Communications Technology, Sector Education and Training Authority. One of the 21 seaters, most definitely. But what makes us unique as a sector education and training authority is the transversal nature of what we provide. We cross-cutting across all sectors of the economy, whether you talk agriculture, whether you talk insurance, whether you talk banking, whether you talk mining, whether you talk all these sectors of the economy, even generic services, we are there. The graduates that we produce collaboratively with you as our stakeholders, they serve in all sectors of the economy. That's what makes us profound, such that the growth that we have been seeing as a skills development machinery of government over the past 2 years is massive, particularly on SMMEs. We continue to grow on SMMEs, and we appreciate and like that because it is only through SMMEs that we could have proper representation in all the provinces of our country. We want proper digital inclusivity that incorporates and considers, but also accommodates all the sons and daughters of this beautiful country of ours. Gone should be those days where some people are excluded in programs of government by virtue or because of where they are located in terms of geography. The reason why SMMEs come in handy is because you locate SMMEs where in every corner of our country. We have partners through TVET colleges which are located in almost every area of our country. And the reason and rationale for that is because of quite a number of strategies that we adopted as a skills development machinery of government, such as your integrated digital skills strategy, but also the rural development strategy that was recently adopted to ensure that we don't only accelerate this digital skills, ensure that as many of our young people as possible participate in the so-called digital economy. So we are deliberate, ladies and gentlemen, in our program of action in ensuring that we actively execute the priorities of the National Development Plan, part of which, amongst others, is building a capable developmental state. Building a capable developmental state can only be achieved through ensuring that as many of our young people are empowered as possible in terms of skills. So we've got that critical role to play. That's why every cent matters. It matters so much that when we terminate a contract, it becomes a pain to us because now we've got to come back and recover the money, and recovering the money is money. It costs us money. The money that should be channeled for high priority areas that should upskill and reskill our young people is channeled for things that we should not be channeling money to. Lawyers will be there to try and recover the money, but it's not what we want. It's not in our best interest. What is in our best interest is passionate stakeholders in as far as skills development related issues or the agenda on skills development issues is concerned, so that we do what has to be done. And I'll try and zoom into a few of my slides so that I leave no stone unturned when it comes to pertinent issues that stakeholders should take note of. There's going to be presentations that will be done by my colleagues from sector skills planning, where everything starts. It basically gives us a blueprint as an entity in terms of why we go, such that we even enter into a service level agreement with the office of the minister in particular, which would then guide us in terms of different programs or targets that we are going to deliver throughout the entirety of the year. So we are in 5 subsectors, which is film and electronic media, advertising, electronics, telecommunications, and IT. Those are key 5 subsectors. But like I said earlier on, in terms of graduates, future-ready graduates, we produce graduates collaboratively with you as our stakeholders who ensure that learning happens. We produce graduates who serve in all sectors of the economy. Our fight as a Mictseta, ladies and gentlemen, is against common enemy of triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And we remain committed in this fight through facilitation of an enabling environment for provision of cutting-edge future skills. All efforts and interventions, one must put it in context. All efforts and interventions through various learning programs that we offer. Ernest is going to take you through the various learning programs that we offer and the number of targets that are there for the entirety of a financial year. You then realize that we seem to be appearing to be a very big entity, but we're not as big as it's made to believe financially, even in terms of targets. Anything that we deliver is prescribed. We can't go beyond specific number of targets that NS is going to articulate, and we can't go beyond a certain limit when it comes to the budget. That's why, because we care about our stakeholders, we even go to the extent of approaching other funding agencies, whether it's your National Skills Fund, whether it's your Unemployment Insurance Fund, as in Department of Labor. We approach them through substantive proposals so that we gather as much funding as possible. And we luckily managed to secure some funds from one of those agencies, and we'll continue to approach some of these funding agencies such that we have more for you to ensure that you make greater impact on the ground in empowering our young people so that they participate actively in the mainstream economy. So through the various learning programs, there's extensive research conducted by Mr. Tawamutswening's division. Unfortunately, the senior manager is attending classes. It's sector skills planning. That's where everything starts. They conduct extensive research, labor market related research within our 5 subsectors to establish as to what kind of skills are required by the industry. That extensive research then informs what would then become our sector skills plan, which would then serve as our blueprint for the entirety of the financial year. We're doing that deliberately so that we don't have irrelevant curriculum. There are programs that are offered in various institutions of learning, but the question remains, do we provide programs that really respond to what the industry requires? Will we continue to provide those curriculums that are obsolete and will continue to compound the challenge that we are facing of poverty, unemployment and inequality, such that they graduate. After graduation, they join the crowds and groups that are there in the street. And that is what is haunting us currently. So we need to make sure that through ETQA and 4IR, you'll see the presentation that Gugu and ETQA will make pertaining to not only the development of responsive 4IR aligned qualification that talks to the future of work, but also issues of realignment of historical qualifications, so that at all material times, whatever we do spends these limited resources. By the way, this limited resources, it's your money that comes through taxes. Such that when we spend this money, we spend it wisely, we spend every cent in a manner that can best be accounted for. So that we don't continue to engage in waste. I mean, if you take people to school, they graduate, and the next thing they can't find employment, they can't even create opportunities. It's equal wasting. So we have taken a different posture as Mictseta of ensuring that we conduct research and it informs us of what needs to be done. So we remain focused, ladies and gentlemen, towards addressing the challenge of digital skills gaps, whilst ensuring that fair and appropriate digital inclusivity with strategic alliance partners across all sectors, despite limited financial resources, which I alluded to before us, cater for as many as possible. Realistically speaking, when Ernest presents, you'll realize that we'll never, as an entity or skills development machinery, be able to allocate when it comes to discretionary grants. Almost every stakeholder would have applied. We got a recent window, we got more than 2,500, I suppose, applications, and if you are to divide that by less than 700 budget, each should get one learner. So you can't run a class with one learner, realistically. So the principle of sharing, it's what must be understood, that we shall share the wealth of our country in line with the Freedom Charter. If you get 20 learners for the financial year, you are way better, because most didn't even get that. So you should appreciate that. By the way, it's a discretionary grant. Ernest will articulate it better. I'm afraid of articulating. There are also mandatory grants. For those companies that qualify for mandatory grants, my dear friend Tawang will give a perspective of what you need to do and what the requirements are to qualify for mandatory grants, wherein you also get funding, you also get money when you meet the prescribed requirements that qualifies you in the mandatory grant space. At the center, obviously, of this capacity building session and engagement, ladies and gentlemen, is the need to ensure that all our stakeholders have the appropriate capacity to respond to our needs and expectations, such that delivery of prescribed targets on an annual basis is not compromised over continued non-compliance. Remember, the performance of MICT doesn't depend entirely on employees of MICT, as in us. It's a very collaborative and collective responsibility because if we allocate you or award you a service level agreement and basic compliance issues are non-complied or not complied with, technically, that is going to affect the overall performance of the very target that NST is going to display. So it's very, very important that there's that better understanding of what is expected, what is required, so that your non-submission of critical compliance document does not continue to happen at the expense of the targets that we have set for ourselves. So the overall performance of the organization, NST and Google, we got 91% in the recent financial year. If you go and critically analyze as to what led to a 90% instead of 100%, it's issues that are not only grounded in MICT, as in amongst employees. It's some of the issues are external, non-compliance related issues. So it's very, very important that we take this journey very serious and ensure that whatever needs to be submitted as prescribed is submitted as required. That way you will have a loyal, lifelong relationship. Whenever funds allow, we'll make sure that we accommodate you and you continue to roll out our programs to your respective regions. So a team of colleagues from various core departments, like also alluded to, will be facilitating various presentations from your ETQA for our learning programs. Is the engine of the CETA when it comes to distribution of funding through SLAs, whilst the 4R component is the engine when it comes to ensuring that what we provide is responsive at all material times. Equally, the ETQA component that ensures that people that we have within our space are fit for purpose. Fit for purpose in that they're passionate about skills development. They are not in it just for the money part. The money part generally follows when people are committed and passionate about what they do. You'll get all the money in the world if passion is right at the front. So let's love and be passionate about this agenda of skills development. That way we won't have challenges. Most of you know very well that we at some point experienced challenges with regards to our learner management system. I'll acknowledge it's still a challenge. It's our biggest challenge. We should be leading as MICT in that space, but the approach we adopted deliberately as a skills development machinery, but a CETA that must lead when it comes to technology under the current board, chaired by the chairperson, Simpiwe Tobela, was very clear that we are not going to outsource the issue of learner management system, because even with the outsourced version that we had, there were still a lot of glitches and it didn't add value, the appropriate value that we wanted it to add. So we took a firm decision through the board that through the partnerships and collaborations that we have, as guided by the integrated digital skills strategy that we adopted through the board, that we will develop a system that is tailor-made to the needs and expectations of our stakeholders. That system is almost at 89 to 90% completion. It's done by one of our partners, TUT, under the guidance of Professor Pius, who is the FOIA research chair. Gogu will allude to that much more extensively. So that learner management system, it's almost at its tail end. It probably will be rolled out in less than 2 months from now. They are at data migrations stage and all of those related issues. So that system, it's a locally made, developed system, or rather solution, made and developed by our partner TUT collaboratively with Mictseta. And we should take pride in the fact that it's a smart solution that was developed by us, not outsourced at the most minimal cost that you can think of. That is after what I referred to, the collaborative partnership from the context and basis of the triple helix model on the one side, and the white paper on post-school education and training, which obviously culminated to those strategies that I initially alluded to, the rural development strategy and the other strategy, which is your integrated digital skills strategy. So we need to change the landscape, ladies and gentlemen. It's not Mictseta's responsibility solely, it's a collective and joint responsibility between us as a skills development machinery of government and you as stakeholders who are critical and responsible for ensuring that there's appropriate facilitation going on in different regions of our country. There remains no better return on investment, one must indicate, on Mictseta collective than our people, young and old, securing sustainable jobs, contributing into the mainstream and local economies and becoming critical thinkers, bringing into our space smart solutions that end up into the market. They secure IP, and if needs be, that they have to export them at scale. That's what makes us rejoice as an entity of government or state organ. Now, I believe with great conviction, ladies and gentlemen, that our youth are capable of building these groundbreaking innovations if appropriately supported, guided and mentored. And large and medium companies, we will continue to encourage them to join hands, to intervene in bridging the digital divide, ensuring digital inclusivity, so that we defeat the scourge of this abject poverty our masses are experiencing. So we need and plead with companies to take up, absorb our graduates, but on the other hand, our stakeholders responsible for facilitating learning to ensure that quality learning, which will enable competitiveness, even in the innovation space, more solutions to our growing challenges from our youth. It's what will distinguish us from many countries of the world. And we need to engage, ladies and gentlemen, in more research collaboratively with broader partners to win in cutting-edge innovations. I would have failed in my duties in terms of effectively discharging them if I don't make mention of our reality that there are stakeholders, like I alluded to earlier on, who continue to let us down. And unfortunately, under such circumstances, letting us down in terms of non-compliance, letting us down in terms of we pay them after paying them when they should pay or extend stipends to these poor learners, they fail to do that basic. That's actually criminal. It's criminal if you have been paid and then fail to pay the young people what is due to them. It's something that really frustrates us. We've terminated contracts. Like I said, we are not happy when contracts are terminated. We want sustainable projects, that lead to the end results where these young people eventually get employment. So any termination has ripple effect on poor learners beyond financial implications, because it's about time they would have spent attending, learning and all of that. So let's get into their shoes. If we do that, get into their shoes to say, if I were a learner, would I be happy with what I'm providing to them? If you can't answer that categorically clear to say, I'm proud of what I'm giving them, then you're not doing enough. And that's my sum up words to all of us. Let's do justice to the young people of this country so that they get opportunities like we got them. Thanks very much, stakeholders. Wish you a successful engagement session. Goodbye.
Thank you once again to our CEO, Mr. Matume Madibane, for the opening address he just provided us. And just, I think, just to wrap up in terms of the key insights that the CEO mentioned, the aspect of the fact that as a SETA, we are a transversal SETA, cutting across various industries and fields. And as our technology advances, this means that the need for more specialized personnel in these fields is increasing. He made mention of the fact that the focus of having SMMEs participate in some of our programs and facilitating skills development is thus imperative. So that's a call to action for yourselves, stakeholders, to work with the SETAs, obviously ensuring that we comply with the necessary processes and procedures. Partnerships are also quite important. I think he made mention of the aspect of shared value and ensuring that we must engage with the public, with the private sector, as well as the educational sector within the PSET system to collaborate on these effective strategies in order to provide better learning and career opportunities for these young people in South Africa who would obviously wish to pursue careers within the media and the ICT sector, importantly in order to fight the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. So the ball is in your court. On that note, I'm going to call upon Mr. Thabang Motsweneng, who has been introduced at the beginning of the program, to come and cover an overview of the sector skills planning. Can we give him a round of applause?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thabang Motsweneng. I'm the Acting Manager, Sector Skills Planning. Let me confirm from our Program Director if my presentation will be flighted. Okay, just 2 minutes. Yes, so I'm from one of the core divisions within the SETA. In some SETAs, we are called the research unit. There is a reason why we are called sector skills planning. To borrow the CEO's words, we play a very important part in drafting the SETA's blueprint in terms of what we should be prioritizing in the next financial year. So as a unit, we are responsible for research, strategic planning, managing WSP, ATRs, and so on. So in brief, we are a research unit. But I'm just going to emphasize on the importance of having this unit. We as a SETA, we believe in evidence-informed decision-making, and part of that is having this unit researching on scarce and critical skills, what the sector needs in terms of bridging the skills gaps that exist within the sector. So our mandate is to respond or to thoroughly research on which skills gaps exist within those 5 subsectors. The CEO mentioned that we have advertising, film electronic media, telecommunications, electronics, and of course, your telecommunications. Our scope as a unit, it covers all those 5 areas. Step one is to manage the WSP and ETR process. I'm sure we have some employers that have submitted WSPs in the past or are planning to submit their WSPs. And of course, we are the unit that is responsible for that. We also have the mandatory grants process. I'm gonna, don't panic, I'm gonna go into detail in terms of what we mean in terms of those key elements there. We have what we call the OFO codes. The OFO codes is pretty much a new concept for most people, but I'm still going to elaborate. And then, of course, I've already explained that the core of our function is to research on scarce and critical skills, and this is documented in our 65-page research document, which is the sector skills planning. And of course, we conduct many research studies to complement our sector skills planning document. And lastly, of course, we develop or update the SETA's strategic plan and the annual performance plan. So as you can see, my presentation is a short presentation. It covers all those four elements, but believe me, after this presentation, you'll be well informed in terms of what we mean by each of the concepts there. So starting with the OFO, I don't want to make it this a class kind of a presentation, but by a show of hands, how many of you are seeing this for the first time or have heard of the term OFO? No one. No, I'm asking, are you guys seeing this for the first time or? No. Okay, good. At least I don't need to explain in detail because I have limited time. So in terms of OFO codes, what this concept means is the organizing framework for occupation. So this is a CETA and DHEAD coded system we use to report occupations. This is mainly to report consistency in reporting. Imagine you have an occupation like your information security specialist as an example and a cybersecurity specialist. From a face value, those are similar concepts, but they actually mean a different thing. Information security specialists will focus on data access and authorization, whereas cybersecurity experts will more look at the external factors like your hackers. So that person will protect the organization from external threats such as your hackers. So, and this concept, this framework itself, it comes in a form of an Excel document, and occupations in that framework are reported in a 6-digit code, using 6-digit code. As an example, if you are reporting an occupation at a managerial level, you use a 6-digit code starting with a 1, and professional occupations starting with a 2, and so on and so on. And these occupations are often linked to specializations. And why am I telling you this? Is because for us as a SETA, we need this system to work so that when you report occupations, you are able to identify where the skills gaps in the sector. So it's very much important that we have this coded system. As you can imagine, it would be a mess if we did not have this system, and we wouldn't be able to trace and identify where the gaps are and where we as a SETA need to prioritize our interventions. And this framework is updated every 2 years. And of course, as a stakeholder, if maybe within your respective organizations, you want to update an occupation that is not on the framework, you can just send a communication to us. And then, of course, supported by a relevant research in terms of why we need to add this occupation. And then on your behalf, we will motivate that addition to the Department of Higher Education. So it's pretty much a lengthy process, but it's a worthwhile process because everyone benefits from this process. Your WSP and ETRs. I think this is the most important slide for most of you, since you will be preparing for the 2023-2024 submission period. If you have already attended our SDF capacity building workshops, we've covered this slide in detail in terms of what we mean by this. So as can be seen from the slide, this is a plan to address the training needs in the workplace. So of course, your WSP needs to be accompanied by other forms which are also critical from the from a SETA's perspective and also from your perspective in terms of reporting. Of course, there are 13 forms on our site. When we use for our research purposes, and also from your side, it's important that you populate this information so that you are able to clearly outline and also track in terms of whatever you planned in the previous financial year. What have you implemented, and how much or have you spent in terms of your training budget? There are benefits from the employer side in terms of submitting your WSPs to the SETA. One, of course, you are able to claim back 20% of the levies that you paid through SARS. You would notice that when you were registering to be linked to the specific SETA, in this case the MICT SETA, you were linked to SETA number 12 according to the relevant SIC codes. So another benefit, of course, submitting the WSPs. Are we load shedded? Okay. So another benefit is that it will help or boost your triple BE score points, and also, of course, help with your triple BE verification process. And of course, we've seen in so many cases that people, especially large companies, that they think that it does not benefit them. But at a later point, when auditors come, they actually need this submission, and it also actually helps them. And that's when they realize the importance of submitting your WSPs. And again, this is the first step to applying for discretionary grant. This is what NSD is going to elaborate on. So this is what they look at. Have you submitted your WSP? Has it been approved? And so on. From the SETA side, the benefit is that we use this information for our research purposes. It acts as a foundation. It acts as a foundation in terms of which questions should we, or which areas should we focus on in terms of formulating the research questions. Remember, you are reporting in terms of which areas or occupations are a priority that needs to be filled, and you have been struggling, and we need to understand those reasons. And then from there, we build on those research questions, which are further validated through field work and so on. So I'll later elaborate when I get to the SSP slide. So I mentioned when I started the presentation that our core function is to develop the sector skills planning document, which is of course guided by the Skills Development Act. So our sector skills planning document is a 65-page research document which covers 6 chapters. So in this case, I'm only going to cover those chapter 1, 2, 3, and 6. So chapter 4 is mostly covered by NST because that information is coming from the LPD. Monitoring and evaluation is a different study on it's a different chapter on its own because that's more of an evaluation, the scope of our monitoring and evaluation unit. So I'm not going to cover that. But our document, if you feel that you need to download it, it's available on the website, and you'll be able to get the details. So starting with chapter 1, starting with the approach itself. So for us, we conduct our mini research studies and other studies. So it's important for us to have that integration of research. Our research needs to inform what is happening currently, and of course we need to also refer back. So it's important that our research speaks to each other. Otherwise, we wouldn't know or be able to make informed decisions. In terms of the first step is we review our current SSP, meaning that the SSP that we developed in the previous financial year, what have we identified? And then, of course, from there, of course, the feedback from our key stakeholders. I mean, we have key stakeholders that read through our research, and then, of course, the they do make comments if they agree or they disagree with our research, and then this is the most important part, that we take those recommendations very seriously. And of course, we conduct literature review, looking at whatever is available on the internet, and or in terms of the articles, your academic articles, and so on. And then, of course, your HEMIS data from your DHET and so on, so that when we analyze, we know that our research is widely informed. And then, of course, there's that data analysis. There are interviews, surveys, to validate our findings. And then, of course, internally, we engage our governance structures, and then from there, through their recommendations, once we finalize the document, they sign off and we submit to the Department of Higher Education. So the submission is on 2 dates, the 15th of June every year and the 1st of August. So chapter 1, covering chapter 1, chapter 1 gives you a snapshot in terms of our employer base, both from a levy paying perspective and also a non-levy paying perspective. So currently, as of 2022-2023 financial year, we have an employer base of 32,985. So this is a slight decline from the previous financial year. As you can see, we had about 35,569 companies. I guess the slight decline can be attributed to the ripple effect by COVID-19. Some of the companies have either closed down or they have merged with these other companies, and some have downsized to medium companies, and vice versa. So we are still feeling the ripple effects of COVID-19, and slowly but surely we're seeing the sector recovering. And from the as you can see there, the ICT covers your information technology, your electronics, and your telecommunications. So those ones, those are the most contributors in terms of levies, and even from the non-paying levy paying perspective, even from a non-levy paying perspective, those 3 subsectors dominate the sector. So in terms of employers by province, we can see that Gauteng, Northern Western Cape, and KZN still dominate in terms of the number of employers. And relevant in this case, only 2%. Only 2% are from this province. They mainly because of the opportunities that exist in the other areas, the most industrialized provinces. And of course, we're hoping that in future this will eventually change. And of course, looking at the labor market in terms of employment, in the previous financial year, the number was slightly low. Owing to this is, of course, COVID-19. And we are slowly seeing an increase or a change. We are now, the sector now has about 214,548 employees within the sector. Of course, these are numbers that we are able to detect on our site. You will understand why this number is low in the next slide. So yeah, so this slide covers all the 5 subsectors. So it was important for us to also see where are people mostly employed at. So you see your information technology still dominating even in the slide, electronics and telecommunications. So the film and electronic and advertising, this is mainly because of what we call the gig economy. These 2 subsectors are characterized by freelancers. Some don't even make it to the SARS registration process, hence it's hard for us to track them down. But in those three subsectors, your telecommunications, information technology, and electronics, that's where we are able to see the high employment. And then, of course, the provincial distribution, the most industrialized provinces still dominate, and that mainly is because of your normal pull factors such as your employment opportunities and education opportunities. And then in terms of race and gender profiles, you see Africans are the highest, the Africans are the highest proportion of people that are occupied, or that are employed in the sector. And of course, looking at the gender profiles, males still dominating the sector. This picture is slightly changing, but I have to note that in about three research reports, the one from IOL, and of course the IMF, and so on. This picture it looks similar. It has remained this way for the past 3 years. And it was also important for us to also look at the risk profile by OFO major groups. So you see, when we say that we want you guys to report using the OFO, this information helps us to be able to do such analysis. So as you can see, Africans still make up the largest employee group by race. However, they still occupy lower positions. Whereas your whites dominate at a senior level. They're accounting 24%, yes. And then, of course, if you look at the race profile in terms of Africans, they start dominating from the technician level, 21%, 17%, 9%, and so on. So yeah, let me be quick. So in terms of the change drivers, so these are the factors that affect skills, supply, and demand. So it's important for us as a SETA to understand what is changing, what is informing the change in supply in the sector. So it is important for us as a SETA to understand this, mainly your artificial intelligence, cloud computing, big data, 5G, Internet of Things, and so on. So I'm highlighting these five, mainly artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, I can give an example. Artificial intelligence, as an example, if you, let's say, you see many systems, maybe you want to ask a question, you're sending an email, and then there'll be that automatic reply, or some chat robot say asking what can I help you with, and so on. Then you state your query and so on. So that's artificial intelligence. And then cloud computing, everything now we're doing it online. Even now we're having meetings online, your Zoom, your MS Teams, and so on. And then some of the data we store it online. So the cloud has become one of the change drivers. Hence, we see the emergence of occupations such as your cloud computing. Big data, this is the most, in our sector, this has been recognized as the new oil. You're going to understand that why we're saying that this is the new oil. So if you understand data, from a car are able to detect that a pothole is 5 kilometers away, please swerve to the right or left, and so on. So it is informed by data. 5G, we need fast internet of things, everything is connected. If you were to search a car, or you want to buy a house on one platform, then when you go to Facebook or any other platform, you'll be able to see those advertisements. So it shows that everything is now interconnected. So that's in the Internet of Things. Okay, jumping, because I'm being reminded of time, so I'm just gonna go straight. I've already explained this in terms of our approach, in terms of how we conduct research. Of course, the WSP data serves as our foundation, and of course, VEDA validated through the other other research like your employer surveys, interviews, focus groups, and so on. So this is for you to apply for discretionary grant. You need to align yourself with this list. Previously, we used to call it the top 10 scarce and critical skills list. And now it's the sector priority occupations list. It's also published on the DHEAD website. There are about 17 occupations coming from this list itself, or from the MICT SETA, out of the 117. So it's a national document. So it's important, you can understand, it's important that why we need to consult as widely as possible so that we are accurate. So failure to get it right at this process, it means that as a SETA, we'll be funding skills that are irrelevant. And therefore, it's important that this list is becomes as accurately as possible. And you see occupations like your business analysts. It's about business analysts. It's about ensuring that knowledge and data that is collected by the organization is properly translated, mainly from the IT point of view and from the operations point of view. So having this person, and we've seen that most of the organization are actually advertising for such occupation to be filled. And of course, you see your multimedia specialist, you have specializations such as your graphic designer, animation programmer. So in South Africa, we are currently lacking animation programmers, mainly because I don't know, maybe it's because of it does not get the right marketing awareness, or maybe it's because it's a foreign concept to us, but this is deeply in demand. And of course, we have the other occupations like your program analyst and ICT programmer and ICT project manager. So, so these are the last slides. As a SETA, we operate in a very legislated environment. So our skills development interventions need to align through all these documents and ultimately contributing to the National Skills Development Plan. Your NSDP, which previously was the NSDS 3, now of course, we have transitioned to implementing the NSDP. And of course, the recent one strategy, which is the Economic Reconstruction Recovery Plan, which also has its interventions. And of course, we have its supporting strategy. And as a SETA, if you look at on your far right, we need to align ourselves through all those things. And if we get it wrong here, meaning that we won't be, we would not be able to contribute to the key indicators of the National Development Plan. So it's important for us as a SETA to align ourselves as accurately as possible. And our interventions implemented through NS, D2KA, and N4R, this is the ultimate blueprint. And then from there, we are able to translate this to the development of our strategic plan and the annual performance plan. So yeah, so I'm guessing the slides will be shared with all of you. Because of time, I won't be going to detail in terms of, but yes, the details of these slides can be properly found in the SSP, which is currently on our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Motsoeneng for providing us with the Sector Skills Plan overview. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw from Thabang's presentation that without a credible sector skills plan, we cannot outline the skills that are in demand and supply, resulting in the skills gaps that exist in our sector, and thus helping us to then identify our priority skills. In his presentation, he also made mention of the interconnectedness of the Internet of Things. And this was obviously highlighted through the change drivers, that he presented. Through these examples that he gave us, I think it's very difficult to ignore the rapid paradigm shift that's currently taking place and the many disruptions that we are seeing just in our society, going from carpools to maxi taxis to Ubers and what's next, robotic, taxis that are flying in the sky, but anything is possible with the interconnectedness of the Internet of Things. So I think what is prevalent is that as a country, we really cannot be left behind. So we need to acclimatize ourselves as partners within the skills development ecosystem to ensure that we respond to the NSDP. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move over to our next item in our presentation. We are moving over to the learning programs overview. I'm going to invite Mr. Ernest Nemukabini to come and share with us his presentations. And I think, as the CEO had alluded in his keynote, that learning programs does exist within the SETA as the engine of the business. It's where all the activity takes place. It's where all the DG funding takes place. It's where most of our predetermined objectives lie in ensuring that as a SETA, we perform optimally, efficiently, and successfully in the sector in which we need to respond to skills development interventions in the media and ICT sector. So Ernest, I'm going to ask you to please come up, and may we give him a round of applause as he comes up. Thank you.
Good morning, Macheron, Absheni, Tobela, Huyemora, and good morning. I'm going to take you through the presentation with regards to what we do in the learning program department. In terms of the budget, we normally spend 80% of our budget to implement programs that are pivotal, and we spend 20% implementing non-pivotal programs. By pivotal, we're talking about programs that focus on professional development, outcome-based education, like your learnerships, your skills programs, your vendor-specific programs, short programs. All these programs, they fall under pivotal programs because they lead to qualifications as well as bursaries. Then with regards to non-pivotal programs, we're talking about graduate internship programs, where you are training graduates that are already having qualification who need workplace experience. Then we also spend budget focusing on the elementary skills. For example, your end user computing, then it can fall under that category. And also spend budget training high level skills and intermediate skills. Then in terms of our mandate, the main objective of the department is to implement the sector skills plan and also allocation of discretionary grants. And we also monitor all the programs that we fund from our side. I'm not going to cover much in terms of the challenges that we face as we implement this program. I think the CEO have already summarized most of the challenges that we experience when we implement the programs in partnership with the stakeholders like yourself. But in the main is the challenge around non-payment of stipend. It's still a challenge, and one of the challenges that we also face is around non-placement of learners. As you know, colleagues, we implement occupational directed programs which require workplace experience, which means any intervention that we fund, learners have to be placed in a workplace. if, for argument's sake, a learner is doing a technical support program, that learner have to be placed within the IT department with the relevant mentors going to support that learner, so that when they complete the program, they are able to be absorbed by yourself or by the sector as well. If you are running a training and you find that you can't even absorb one learner from your side, which means you are just pushing the numbers, you are not focusing on the impact of the program that you are running as a training provider. Then the first intervention is learnership programs. I think I've jumped. Okay, I think I need skills program on this one. It's fine. The first program is a learnership program that we run. It's a structured learning programs where learners have to be exposed. It's two components. It covers theory and practical as well. There will be a time where the learners will be in class, and there will be a time where learners have to be in a workplace for a period of 12 months. We do have a list of all our registered learnerships on our website. You can view those qualifications that we are having. Then the other intervention that is very key is graduate internship programs. As you know that we do have institutions such as universities, your TVET colleges, they produce graduates annually. But most of these graduates, they're not ready for workplace. And this program assists to really mentor these graduates so that they can be prepared and ready to be absorbed by the sector. Then work integrated learning program is very key. We do have programs where for you to be able to obtain your diploma or your degree, you have to do in-service training. It depends on the requirement from the institutions. Some institutions require the students to do 6 months, some 12 months. It depends on the nature of the program that the students has been enrolled to. But at the end of the programs, when they are offered this in-service training, they are able to obtain their degree or diploma. These programs are very, very key, especially for the students that are doing IT programs where they have to do in-service training. TVET as well, they run vocational programs where for you to be able to obtain your qualification, you need to do in-service training for a period of 18 months. Then from there, you are able to get your qualification from the TVET. We also implement this program in partnership with the sector. The other programs is bursaries. We offer bursaries for students that are doing programs within our sector, advertising, media, ICT, and telecommunications. In partnership with stakeholders, we're able to fund these students until they complete their program. The other programs which is very key is short programs. These are industry-based programs, but we are in the process, especially from the 4IR department, they have developed qualifications in response to this sector, where in the future we're going to run programs where learners can be able to receive programs within the national qualification framework. But currently, you have your industry-based programs like your Cisco, your Microsoft, where learners can write international exams at the end of the program. Then they can be regarded as professional based on the nature of the program that they've done. And these programs, they are very, very key in the sector. Recognition of prior learning is one of the programs that we also implement. These programs are mainly focused on employees. You do have employees that have been working in the telecom sector. They don't have a formal qualification, but they know how to do the job. They can connect anything. Even in the media sector, you do have people who can use these cameras, but they don't have formal qualification. These programs come to assist those to formalize them so that they can have a qualification in that space. The TVET and CET programs, we do have programs that we run in collaborations with CET and TVET, focusing on their employees and also the learners that are coming from those institutions. Then one of the things that we also do is to support SME in terms of funding through the programs that we have already alluded. We fund, mainly we spend most of our budget funding SME within our sectors. Then we also support cooperatives, we also support community-based organization, provided they belong to our sector. We also support unions that also belong to our sector in terms of skills development as well. I'm just going to take you through the numbers in terms of our annual target, effective from April going forward. The first indicator is work integrated learning. The total budget that we're going to spend on that indicator is 112 million for about 1,600 learners. Then if you remember, last year we have opened a window where we encourage stakeholders to respond to our advert, and we did reflect in terms of a projected APP target on that advert, which means that 1.6 is an annual target which has to be implemented nationally. Then the next one is the work integrated, focusing on students that are coming from higher institution of learning. Then the annual target is 685. I've seen and heard that some of the stakeholders, they even apply for 1,000 learners on that indicator. But unfortunately, you are applying beyond the annual target that we have. And our annual target is 685 annually. And that target has to be implemented in all the provinces. We've got nine provinces in the country. And those numbers have to be shared in those provinces. Then in terms of graduate internship programs, the annual target is 1,200. It's an annual target, and you can see the budget that has been reinforced to fund that budget. We wish if we can have a higher number or higher target, but we are limited by limited resources in terms of the budget that we have annually to implement this program. Then the other indicator, which is very, very key, is a learnership program. Our annual target is 3,250, and this indicator has to be implemented nationally in all the 9 provinces. Then moving to candidacy program, we've got an annual target of 85. This is the annual target that we need to implement and assist graduates who want to pursue a career in terms of being recognized as professional. The annual target is 85. I'm not going to focus on the completions. Those are the numbers that are not related to the budget because it's what have been enrolled. Then moving to the skills programs, the annual target is 950, and this indicator has to be implemented nationally. Then we fund that program at a cost of 40,400 per student. Then moving to the short programs, the annual target is 900, and this target has to be implemented nationally. We also have an indicator where we encourage stakeholders to implement programs in rural area. The annual target is 50, where we're going to implement programs in partnership with stakeholders in rural areas and in townships. We also have indicator where we encourage workers to pursue their studies. The annual target is 70, where we fund the program up to 90,000. But if the fees are 9,000, we pay 9,000. Those fees are in line with the cost per institutions. But the ceiling amount to fund bursaries is 90,000 per student. The other indicator that we also encourage stakeholders to implement is skills program, mainly focusing on workers. The annual target is 180 at the cost of 40,400 per learner, but for workers who only pay the training cost because they don't receive allowance, which means we only pay 35,000 because they are employed. Then we also have a bursary to assist unemployed students. We fund the program at the cost of 90,000, but it varies, it depends on the cost per institutions. But the ceiling amount is we fund up to 90,000. The partnerships that we also do is partnership with TVET. We also have a satellite office where most of the students in these provinces have offered us a workspace. We do have those partnerships where we sign with TVET colleges so that we can use their offices, and also that they can have an exposure in terms of how to implement the program, accreditation process as well, and how to participate in terms of DG, where we deploy advisors to assist those TVET colleges. Because some of these TVET colleges find that they're doing programs that are not responding to the key economic activities within that area. We also have partnerships with a institution of higher learning. Then the annual target is 25. Then we also have a partnerships with college in terms of establishment of office. I've already alluded to that. The next target is where we identify center of specializations, where learners can be placed in a company, developing new solutions, being innovative, also focusing on enterprise development. We also expose our TVET lectures in terms of skills development programs that are relevant within our sector, so that they can feel what is happening on the sector, so that when they go back to class, they're able to relate what is happening in the sector. We also fund TVET lectures in terms of bursaries in line with what they want to study at the cost of 90,000 per student. We also run programs focusing on CET learners. Mainly they normally being enrolled on programs such as your technical support and end user computing to assist those learners who, most of them, they cannot go to the university because they don't have a matric. Then we assist them with digital skills so that they can also participate in the economy. Then the other intervention that is very key, we support cooperatives. We encourage learners that are doing our programs to form cooperatives so that if they don't get employed on the program that they're enrolled for, they're able to start their own businesses and participate in the economy. We also run programs where we assist union members in terms of skills development in line with their needs, and we also support NGOs, NPOs that are within our sector. I'm just going to take you through the DG application process. Last year, between the 1st of September and the 3rd of September, we open a window and invite stakeholders to send their applications in line with those numbers that I have reflected. The first step is for you to submit your applications. Once you submit your applications, the next step is for the SETA to verify the compliance document in line with what have been indicated on the advert. Then, if your application passed that stage, it gets presented to the DG committee that is responsible for the evaluation of your applications. Then from there, the DG can also recommend the vetting to go and check the capacity. We also want to emphasize that vetting does not warrant the issuing of service level agreement. It's a step for the SETA to determine whether you got capacity to implement the program or not. Then from there, the vetting outcome will be presented. Then if your indicator that you've applied for is in line with our APP and in line with the budget available, which is available for that indicator, the next step, the SETA is able to award you with the service level agreement. Then you can start implementing the program. Don't recruit learners after the vetting because you have not yet received the service level agreement from the SETA. Wait until you get a feedback whether you are going to receive a service level agreement or not. Because all these things are dependent on the available budget in line with the APP target. We wish if we can fund each and every stakeholder who's meeting the requirement. But due to limited budget and the limited number of learners that we have to train every year, we are not able to fund each and every applicant. Once you receive a service level agreement, you'll be able to implement the program. Then normally we conduct induction through our advisors. Then from there, we're able to disperse the first 15% in line with the budget that have been allocated on the SLA. Then every quarter, we manage to conduct site visits just to determine if the learners are there, and also to determine that if we are getting the value for money from what we are implementing. And one of the things that we have picked up is that there is always misalignment in terms of our expectation and what is on the ground in terms of implementation of the program. And we want to encourage the stakeholders to say, before you apply, just scan your environment. What kind of programs can you implement within your environment that can really create a value and assist these learners to be employed when they complete the program? The unemployment is very high, and we're not just training for the sake of training. Let's train with the mind of creating employment so that we can address all the socio-economic issues that we're having as a country. As a training provider, you must provide solution around employment by making sure that you train and ensure that the training that you are training is relevant and responding to your local economy, so that these learners, when they complete, they're either employed or they're able to start their own enterprise. The next graph is just to reflect the number of applications that we receive every year. You can see in the current year, which is 2023-2024, we have received 2,047 applications nationally. And in the previous year, we received 2,057 applications. And this just emails. Within those emails, when the administrators evaluate, they found that one application is about 5 interventions. Some they're applying for learnership, they want 5,000 learners. Some they're applying for internship program, looking for 12,000 learners. Then we can see that the appetite is very, very high. Very, very high. But we've got limited resources. We wish if we can train 1,000 and 1,000 learners, but with limited resources that we're having, we are not able to do so. Then I also ask myself, if you want to train 12,000 learners, where are you going to place these learners in terms of workplace experience? Then in terms of provinces, you can see Gauteng, because it's an economic hub, the application is very high. Then you can see the allocation there in terms of numbers that have been allocated for vetting. Then we also have Limpopo. You can see your appetite there is very, very high. Then the allocation for vetting is below. Then you can see all those graphs. You can see that the appetite is very, very high. But in this family, we only have one loaf, and we need to share that loaf through slice. Then in terms of target indicators, you can see that most of the stakeholders, they prefer to implement learnerships. And in the main, is your technical support and system support. Then my question is that this country only needs system support graduates and technical support graduates? I don't believe so. Then I think we need to scan the environment before we apply. In Limpopo, you need to look at what are the key economic activities within these provinces. Is it mining? Is it agriculture? Is it transport services? What kind of technology can you bring to respond to those key economic activities before you apply? Then you can see in terms of TVET placement, the appetite is very high. Then we've got low appetite on programs that talk to AET, programs that talk to TVET programs, your RPL. Then you see that there is low appetite there. Then I think that was the end of the presentation. Then in terms of DG queries, all queries must be addressed to dgqueries@mict.org.za. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Ernest, for that detailed but yet succinct presentations covering the overview of the learning programs. Colleagues, I think also the CEO provided a clear sentiment in regards to some of the challenges that are experienced by the SETA in the implementation of learning programs. And that is something that we ought to be very mindful of. Linked to the implementation of these learning programs is what was then reflected in Ernest's presentation, where he obviously took us through and highlighted the predetermined objectives that are obviously linked to our APP with stipulated targets. And I suppose the presentation was also an earnest call to ensure that we align the programs that we have to implement with the programs that you have to offer as SDPs in making them relevant to what is reflected in the environment from an economic perspective. I think it was quite clear to say, let us do an environmental scan and ascertain what are the key economic sectors that Limpopo is operating in and have responsive programs towards that. We have presented colleagues, and as I had mentioned at the start of our program, that we want this to be a fruitful, a robust engagement session. It's not just a one-way communication platform. We also want to hear from yourselves. You've heard from the CEO, you've heard from our presenters. I'm sure you've made your notes in terms of your comments, in terms of your compliments, in terms of your queries. I'm just going to allow us before our tea break. We're running slightly behind schedule, but I think we can make it up. I also don't want to stand between yourselves and your tea. I think we also do need a bit of a comfort body break. But I will open up, should there be any questions, an engagement platform. We do have some mics, as you can see, in the room. Please can you come up if you have a question and introduce yourself, the organization in which you represent. We'll take about 2 or 3 questions if there's appetite for that, and then our panel will respond accordingly. But we also want this discussion to carry on, as I said, online, and the networking to also be extended when we have our break, during our lunch, so it doesn't only end during this engagement Q&A session. You are more than welcome to engage with our senior managers. Our senior manager for E2QA is here. I'll introduce her in the second session when QCTO presents, and for IR, as well as Google from a 4IR perspective, as well as Ernest from a learning programs and SSP with Tabang. They are here to obviously support the CEO in terms of all our organizational happenings within the SETA. But the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question, please can you quickly come up, your name, organization you represent, and we will record the question. Thanks. You may come up to the mic next to you.
Good morning to the panel, as well as to my fellow colleagues in this room. Now, my question goes to what Mr. Nemal Gabini has said closer to the conclusion in terms of placements. So we might view placements perhaps maybe in different lights, but my question is that I represent the University of Limpopo. My name is Bonginkosi Dladlama. Now, within the institution, we've got a component that focuses on incubation, enterprise development. Now, your view of placement, I heard that you were emphatic on the fact that you consider, placement in the context of employment. But now, an institution like ours that has got a component of enterprise development within it, and those that possibly maybe might have gone through the training funded by the MICT, if we say in response to say we will place those within that component, is it something that you will also consider as placement, or placement you only confine yourselves into employment? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. We'll take another and one more before we open up to the panel for engagement.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ruben Matoma. I'm coming from SABPP Limpopo branch. SABPP is an HR professional and a quality assurance body. You remember that the president and the cabinet have signed the framework for the professionalization of the public service. So we are one of the professional body to register with. Coming to the question. My question is referred to what the CEO was presenting. I would like to check with the CEO. And before this question, let me also appreciate your coming to Limpopo as Mictseta. We appreciate that. And we also like to say you have done a good work by including Limpopo. I thank you for that. So with my question, you indicated that you are son of the soil during your overview. So I would like to check with you because I realize that there are some regional offices in other provinces. So with Limpopo, I don't know if you have got a regional, a provincial, or a satellite. If not, when are you anticipating to open one in Limpopo? Because it is high time that we must also be included. We cannot go to Midrand when there is some provinces have got some regional offices or satellite. Because when I check, you have got also a good strategic relationship with the Lipalale and Skukuni TVET colleges. So it is high time that you open an office in Limpopo, preferably in Polokwane. Then, coming to my other question, you have indicated that there are some institutions that you are providing with money to give stipend to learners, and they are not doing what is supposed to be done. So what are you doing to those institutions that are not doing what is supposed to be done? Because we cannot just keep on pumping money to them when they don't align with our service level agreement. I thank you.
Thank you so much. CEO, I think that was quite a clear, clarent call coming there from son of the soil, from Limpopo. Thank you so much, sir, for your inputs. They are valued and appreciated. There was one more question coming on the left-hand side. I'm just going to allow for the lady just to come up and share with us.
Good morning, my name is Laurentia Williams. I'm here representing Bulubataba Media Group. We are an SMME located in the Mupani area, Tiki Line, rural. My question relates to the presenter of the SSP and the learning programs. On the SSP, you spoke about the scarce skills. A specific reference was made to animation programmer. Now, we are situated in a rural area, especially in Limpopo. How do we expect the communities in the rural areas to even begin to understand what is an animation programmer when they are not even at a school level, high school level, involved into career guidance that can open up their eyes for these directions? So we can put these things in paper as much as we want as careers, but if from an institutional level like MICT, there is nothing being done to promulgate and make sure that that happens, where are we standing? Now that question directs or aligns itself also to learning programs. Within the learning programs, there's a strategic objective, MICT and employer relationships, and there's a target of 0. So if we say that target is 0, how are we expecting to bring information to rural areas so that we can get our kids to contribute positively to the economy, for it to start moving, and for us to put less skills to the system that just become dormant, and we have civil surgeons, civil employees, government employees, even outside in the private sector. They are unable to communicate. They are unable to contribute positively because the figures that are there or the priorities are not there. So my question is, what is MICT's response going to be to make sure that these rural areas, they are reached accordingly, because we are there. We are the ones we can't expect of MICT to put up a rural satellite office in a rural area, but you can be able to establish relationships with SMMEs who are working with you to make sure that the information gets out there. The second question relates directly. Rural interventions, there is a number of 50, target of 50 that has been put there. What exactly are the specifications for SMMEs to qualify for that? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your question. I think just to highlight on your comment, it really does start at the grassroots level to ensure that optimum reach to these far-flung areas is actually created. And Tabang, I think this would obviously speak to the Program 2 career guidance outcome, where we provide labor market information, because as you've mentioned, it's quite important that from an information, from an awareness perspective, will then the decision making then commence to actually understand what the various career opportunities that exist within the media perspective are. And I'll just allow for Tabang just to build onto the point that I've made in terms of the output indicators and the fact that it is actually attached to our annual performance plan from a Program 2 perspective. And I think from a partnership perspective, I probably would be the correct person to engage with, such that we look at leveraging opportunities to come into Limpopo. We've already established a few relationships, as our colleague here from the professional body has related, from TVET colleges, the University of Limpopo. So for the mere fact that we actually do have presence that has been established within the province, we need to cascade it then to those rural areas such that it has far reached. Anything else to add on to that, Tabang? And then I think from an LPD perspective, Ernest can just highlight what those specific target specifications are from a rural target perspective. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you for your question. So as a CETA, you know that we are a skills development facilitator, and we rely on you, on our stakeholders, to help us implement our mandate. And of course, we can only rely on partnerships, key partnerships. So this goes to what Ernest was referring to in terms of people applying for system support. Whereas if you look at our top 10 skills and critical skills list, you I think Ernest would be more motivated to find you if your application was more directly to your animation programmers. And unfortunately, not a lot of training institutions offer such qualification. I know of VETS being one of the institutions that offer game design and animation and so on. Of course, as a CETA, we through our marketing, we try to raise awareness in terms of which skills or occupations that are in demand. But then again, we also rely on you guys from a research perspective to tell us in terms of what is needed. And for the past 3 years, this has come up to say that animation programmers, multimedia specialists as an occupation, and specializations, animation programmers, this is what is in demand. But our stakeholders, I think they are, I'm sorry to say, but they are ignorant to what is the SSP is telling them, but they were like, oh, my neighbor is getting funding for system support, then let me go again and do the same thing. But in conclusion, I think we strongly rely on you guys. What we can do on our side is say that this is what our research is telling us, and if you want to make an application to the CETA, please prioritize these specific occupations or your programs that you want to implement. It has to be on these. And then, of course, there'll be the other processes from the LPD side in terms of what you need to have in terms of the key requirements. And I think there's nothing wrong in partnering with your neighbor. If you know VETS is offering, as an example, is offering such programs, you can also find a way to have that meeting with them. So like, look, I have people here in this rural area in Limpopo, and then we can partner somehow to so that also contributes to the national rural strategy. And also from us as a CETA, we are keen to see the results of our rural strategy. Yeah, I think. Yeah. I think the key point is that partnerships should be at the center of it all. Thanks.
Thank you, Tabang. Colleagues, I don't want to stand between you and your break, but I think, as we had mentioned, I'll just allow for Ernest to close off the session, just to ensure that we do respond to the target questions from a target specification, rather questions from a rural perspective. Over to you, Ernest.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the question. With regards to rural target, it's where I'll give you a practical example. Let's say you have applied to implement a technical support program, it's a learnership, as an example, in a far rural area, and you get awarded, which means we take it as that target have been achieved, because the client who is implementing a program in rural area is responding to rural development. We report programs that are implemented in rural areas, which in the main far rural area as well as townships, where it's not developed as such. Then those programs are classified as rural programs. Then there was a question around placement from the University of Limpopo. Then I think it will depend on the requirement, because main target around placement is TVET and university placement. And in the main, most of the universities, they do indicate what need to be experienced in terms of what activities the students have to do in the workplace. If that scenario that you have indicated that you are going to place them at the university, if it's going to cover all the elements that the institution require, I think it can be classified as a workplace. But we normally encourage stakeholders to put learners in a real workplace environment because it does have some benefit. Because in a workplace, you also learn about how to engage with other staff members, how to relate to team. It also builds some sort of teamwork because there are a lot of skills that you cannot acquire from school that you can only acquire them in a workplace. It's very key to put learners in a workplace environment. I think I've covered all those questions. Thanks, Travis.
Yes. Thank you, colleagues. I'm just going to allow us to stop here for this first session, have a tea break for 10 minutes, meaning that if we could be back here, let's say by 10 past 12. And then thereafter, we'll hear from QCTO, 4IR, and our ETQA division. Thank you and so much. Thank you so much for your engagement.
Recording stopped.
Yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to ask us to settle down so that I can open up our session 2. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please settle down? Thank you. Thank you for adhering to the time frame put. I trust that you were able to network, engage, and are now ready for the second session, where we will be presenting or having presentations from our 4IR department, our ETQA department, as well as QCTO. And as highlighted, we will still open an engagement session before getting closing remarks from our CEO. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I think the scene within our program has been set quite well from a sector, from a learning programs perspective, to then bring us to our 4IR division. Our 4IR division is quite a new division that has been set up in the SETA. Ms. Gugu Sema will just provide us a more in-depth approach as to what the responsibilities and purpose of this department is, and some of the key partnerships that they have entered into to ensure that we accelerate the development of future-focused skills development and qualifications. And Google, within quite a short space of time, has accelerated that process with quite an exponential number of qualifications within the fourth industrial revolution, aligned to some of those change drivers that we saw in Tabang's presentation within the sector skills plan overview. If you can help me, ladies and gentlemen, to bring Gugu up to the podium by giving her a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you. Thobela. Dumelang. Ralucha. Ligupi. Sikhona. As indicated, I'm going to take you through the 4IR. 4IR, it is international agenda, an agenda that we find ourselves as a country participating on it. It all began or started in around 2014, 2015. But as a country, we started participating around year 2018. So just to share some of the events that has taken place before we started partaking in this agenda, there have been first and the second and the third industrial revolution. And now we find ourselves in this fourth industrial revolution. However, we have also participated in the previous industrial revolution. Now, I'm going to take you through the 4IR in the context of skills development. Along our mandates as a SETA or as an authority, we are mandated to develop skills across 5 subsectors. However, with this advent of 4IR and this technological advancement, we find ourselves almost on all the different economic sectors. Or the work that we are doing or we have done, it also touches all the other economic sectors. My presentation will cover those 4 or 3 aspects. As I've indicated, the 4IR in the country, it started in 2018, where our Honorable President have attended the Davos conference. Following that, there was a call in the first SONA 2018, he started mentioning 4IR. Following that, there was a call to the industry to South Africa that he needs people that will serve on what he called the 4IR Presidential Commission. That call was successfully responded by 30 individuals that were then appointed as 4IR presidential commissioners, and those commissioners were mandated to conduct the research and consult with various sectors in the country with the aim of providing a report to the president in terms of where South Africa is in relation to 4IR and how best can we respond to this international agenda. And one thing, beautiful thing that came out of that report that was presented on the 20th of August 2020 to the president as a report that was developed by these commissioners, there was a South African definition on 4IR as what is 4IR, what is our understanding of 4IR as a country. I'm not going to read that definition for you. I'm sure some of you have gone through the report as it was available for the South African citizens. But at the CETA space, we have followed a similar approach as the national, where we went to the industry, we issued a call for the nomination of individuals that will serve on the 4IR advisory committee, that is at the Mictseta level. That call, it went out on the 4th of March 2019. On the 22nd of March, the very same year, the advisory committee, or the Mictseta 4IR advisory committee, was established. The very same year, on the 8th of June 2019, there was another meeting where all these individuals that are serving on our advisory committee have taken a decision that these committees need to have different work stream to be able to support or to advise the Mictseta on the Mictseta or on the 4IR different perspective, especially on a skills development perspective. And therefore, the 4 work streams were formulated in the very same meeting on the 8th of June 2019, where we had the education stream, people serving on the education stream, on the research, labor, and policy stream. And that advisory committee was then later launched, officially launched by the then Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies, Mictseta Ndabeni. That was the launch. During the launch day there, you can see at the time we had a different Mictseta logo, but that was during the launch day. Now, later there was a recommendation that Mictseta needs to have a 4IR division, being a standalone division, and we have listened to that industry advice. We then went to the department as our principal to seek approval to have the 4IR division. To date, we are the only CETA with the 4IR division amongst the 21 CETAs in the country. And this division was then given one mandate in terms of the annual performance plan. This is the framework that we use to report to DHET. We only have one outcome, which is an integrated digital strategy that is responsive to 4IR skills demand of the Mictseta sector. The advisory committees was also mandated to ensure that they support or they assist the MICT-SETA to develop what we now call the integrated digital skills strategy, which is the governing policy or, for this division. And in terms of developing that strategy, we have followed the same or similar governance process where all these individuals that are serving on these different committees contributed through the different work stream in terms of developing the strategy. And later we had a task team that put together all the opinions of the four streams together to put it together now in one document that is the integrated digital skills strategy. Now, in developing the strategy, we have adopted two frameworks. One is the design thinking framework, and one may ask why the design thinking approach or the design thinking framework. In developing the strategy, we needed to empathize with ourselves as MICT-SETA and also as a country to say, when the rest of the world were busy or was busy, you know, taking advantage of the 4IR, we seemed to not to really being awake at the time. Hence, 4 years later, we then started participating on 4IR. So the design thinking has different elements. One of the elements is sympathy. So we really had to put ourselves in the shoes, empathetic shoes, where we ask ourselves as well different questions to say, if we knew what we know in 2019, back in 2015, what we could have done better to assist the country or to assist the MICT-SETA to position itself to be able to respond to these emerging environments or technologies. So in response to that strategy actually it seeks to address those different questions. And one of the things that came was to say we needed, if we knew, we could have at least developed programs that are 4IR aligned, that are responsive to what the labor market is currently in need of. We have also adopted or used a strategy development test tool from the Harvard. In our midst, we had people who have studied in Harvard who have assisted us in putting together the strategy, hence the adoption of those different tools. Now, the integrated digital skills strategy is now the strategy that was then approved by the MICT-SETA board. At high level, this strategy, it has 5 strategic goals. It has got 6 strategic objectives. It seeks to replace what we call the critical and the scarce skills with the future skills, as Ernest elaborated earlier. It also calls for the funding of the 4IR learning programs from the ECD up until post-matric, where we are operating as a SETA. And this is not something new that came out of that strategy. Even the 4IR presidential report, it advocates for a new approach or review or redesign of our education system or the skills development, approaching it from the ECD level. It also introduces 4IR learning programs to unemployed youth and retrenched workers. And for the first time in the history of the MICT-SETA, where we had a thinking of retrench, we all know that we're coming from COVID. A lot of people have lost their employment. To assist those people to come back to economy, we need to reskill and upskill them with the relevant skills that will assist them to be more marketable, even our young people. It also calls for the unemployed youth to have at least one future skills. We have already started where we are piloting this program, giving our young people or exposing them to these new occupational qualifications that the MICT-SETA has since developed, with the aim of ensuring that at least they have or they are possessing any of these future skills that are needed by the market. And this strategy also enables us to identify what we call strategic partners that will partner with them to assist the Mictseta to implement this integrated digital skills strategy. Some of our partners that we have brought on board, we have heard earlier on that there is MLab. MLab is one of our strategic partner that we have signed an MOU with them. They're currently implementing an IoT program in Northern Cape for unemployed youth. At high level, what we have, this strategy seeks to achieve in terms of timelines, or what we have already achieved in timelines. If I can share with you, in a short term, we have established the 4IR advisory committees. We have established research chairs across public universities. You've also heard that University of Limpopo is represented here. We have a research chair that we have launched last year in 2020 with our partner, Zatna. We have developed the 4IR qualification today. We've got about 39 of those qualifications. We have signed MOUs with different partners with the aim of assisting the Mictseta to implement this strategy. Our achievement, as I've indicated, we have established research chairs. These are the universities where we have our presence in the form of research chairs. We were launching another research chair 2 weeks ago at the University, Tshwane University of Technology, where they are currently now busy with the Mictseta LMS, as the CEO alluded earlier. We have the UKZN, the Vaal University of Technology, CPUT, where we have our research chairs there as well. Now, we have advanced with these research chairs, as I've indicated, and the CEO alluded earlier, that some of these universities, the board have taken a decision that our ICT project needs to be developed or must be taken to the universities to develop this project for us, or these services. We have the TUT busy with the LMS. They are at almost the final stage of this LMS, the University of Limpopo. Our research chair, Professor Valempini, he's here sitting there at the back. And Mr. Dladlama, who is also a project manager for this project, is also here sitting there at the back. And welcome and thank you for joining us, colleagues. We have University of Johannesburg busy with the Mictseta intranet and mobile app. The Durban University of Technology, that's the project they adopted, Knowledge and Information Management Plan. The CPUT, they are busy with the cybersecurity plan, and the Mictseta Enterprise Architecture and ICT Master Plan. The qualifications that we have developed to date. In developing this qualification, it is not only the Mictseta effort. However, we rely mostly, firstly, on the QCTO, as we are following their guidelines. And again, in terms of their guidelines, there is a 6 pillar that must be represented in this collaboration. So we have had a number of OEMs that have contributed to the development of our qualifications. The SMMEs, earlier on, one of the stakeholder here was questioning the role of the SMMEs. So we always invite the SMMEs as well to contribute, to take part in developing these qualifications. We have had different labor union also contributing, because their members, they are also going to benefit from these qualifications. Professional bodies, thanks to SABP that you are here. We're hoping in the future we'll also invite you to also contribute to the development of these qualifications. The universities, TVETs, and SDPs, they were also included in developing as well as government. So you can see the contribution is not only coming from one stakeholders, but it's a collective exercise in developing the qualification, because at the end of the day, all these people that are mentioned here, they are also be consuming this qualification. One of the reasons that motivated us as a SETA to develop the qualifications was when we have conducted research and also read some of the research that has been conducted in the country and also international. All this research, they conclude with, or they have similar findings in terms of what will be the future of works, or what kind of future skills will be needed, or what are the future skills that are currently needed. And this research also indicates that there are emerging ICT careers or emerging occupations that has since emerged due to this technological advancement in the ICT. The top of the list, some of the emerging careers or occupations are these artificial intelligence engineers, cybersecurity analysts, business intelligence analyst, machine learning engineer. You will agree with me that 5-10 years ago we didn't have such occupations, but due to the emerging this technological advancement, we find ourselves having this new occupation. As much as there are myths that there are robots or robots are coming to take people's job, that is a myth. But people, they forget that there is more opportunities that are also coming, or new occupation that are also emerging due to this technological advancement. And in preparing ourselves or the industry, or also ourselves as a MICT SETA to be able to stay relevant in terms of our mandate, and also ensure that we still support the sector, we then developed all these qualifications, 39 of them. Some of these qualifications, they've already been endorsed by both SAQA and QCTO and SAQA. We are encouraging SDPs that are here that please do apply for these occupations or new qualifications. Some, they have already been registered as learnerships. We've got about 7 from this list that have been registered as learnerships. So these are new learnerships. We want to see implementation of these new emerging qualifications, so that we upskill and reskill our youth and our employees with relevant skills. This is a continuation of the qualifications that have been developed. We only did not focus on full qualifications, but we also have developed what we call short programs or programming languages. And these are programming languages that are widely used in these different technologies, or in this 4IR. So those are the skills programs, and all these skills programs have already been endorsed by QCTO. So those who, SDPs that are here, we again encouraging you to apply to QCTO. QCTO will make the presentation in terms of the process of accreditation, as well as my colleague Natalie. She's also going to touch on the process of accreditation. The learnerships that have been registered by DHET, those are the 7 learnerships that have already they available for you to apply for accreditation. In terms of our plans for 2023 or future development, we are going to continue to onboard new universities under the research chairs, or establish more research chairs. These are the 5 universities that we will be bringing on board in the new financial year to expand this research chair initiative. We are also going to continue with the development of qualification, because what you have done, it may look as a huge achievement, but it's just a drop in the ocean. for us to make an impact, we really need to continue to develop more qualifications or make available more programs that are talking to what the industry is currently in need of. So those are the new qualifications that we will be engaging on or developing in this 2023 financial, 2023-2024 financial year, in terms of the full qualifications, and then as short programs or as skills programs, we are continuing with the different programming languages. Those are the languages that will also be developed for the year and the new financial year, which will start on the 1st of April. And then what is new now in terms of our APP, we will be establishing learning labs or learning factories. We will do this in partnership with our industry. We'll also be focusing on a skills competition. We will be doing hackathons. These are new things that the Mictseta will be embarking on. We are also calling the industry to partner with us on this. Especially if I can just touch on the skills competition, as a country, we've been participating on the World Skills competition, which is an initiative that happens every 2 years. And on all these competition where we have attended as a country, we came back with none in terms of recognition or winning any of the skills competition. And that calls for us really to ensure that we do more on skills on this competition, so that when we go and compete internationally, we take learners that have already, are ready for this competition, have been trained. So we will be using this year and the next year, trying to prepare some of these learners that will take part, because when we go there, we don't go as Mictseta, but we go representing the country. This is a country initiative. So if we are there competing with the rest of the world, then we must make sure that we have the right candidate. And for us to have the right candidate, it calls for a thorough preparation. So we will be reaching out to more partners or to the industry to assist in this preparation of our young people, because they will be representing the country. So we'll also be running the hackathons with some of the industry or our partners, the universities where we have our research chairs, as well as the TVET colleges. That's bring me to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Ms. Gugusema. I think, colleagues, we can all be in alignment to say that the Mictseta is truly living its vision of cutting-edge future skills, representative of the presentation that we've just heard from Gugusema, our senior manager from 4IR. And she's obviously highlighted the importance of ensuring society in general, individuals, organizations, adapt to these changing technological landscape in order to ensure that we remain competitive within the job market. And she's also made it quite clear that 4IR has got an advantage of ensuring that there is increased productivity, increased efficiencies, and that we need to obviously get rid of the myth that came when 4IR started hitting the, I'd say, African shores, and creating quite a lot of uncertainty as to whether, is the automation of all these repetitive tasks then going to cause the fact that these digital technologies don't create jobs. But I think it is evident, also based on all the qualification process development that she's highlighted, that there are emerging industries, there are emerging fields that call for opportunities and job creation. So there's another clarion call, opportunities. We are SMMEs, I suppose. We've got our foot on the ground in terms of understanding where the innovations are from a media perspective. You know, we understand that now there's an entire process of the democratization of media in terms of content development, where we are no longer relying on these cameras that we have around this room, but the power here and herein lies within the palm of our hands, you know, with our cell phones and the smartphones that are there. We see it as well through digital content creation. Instagram, TikTok has taken the world by storm. People do not necessarily rely on institutions, production companies, the SABC, to deliver content that is, number one, relevant, content that is responsive to what the market requires. People are able to do it within their communities, within their house. They don't need to leave. They don't need to spend money. As long as they've got data and connectivity, they can take the world by storm. And it also speaks to the fact that there's now a global presence, you know, that's now cutting across borders and boundaries. So we need to obviously be mindful of that and the disruptions as well that are prevalent within other sectors that the Mictseta also operates in from an electronics, telco, and other tech perspective. So thank you so much, Gugu, for your presentation. And I think also with the strategic partnerships that have been identified and developed, the Mictseta will continue to deliver cutting-edge future skills. We do have on standby the QCTO, who will just take us through the qualification process, and they are joining us online. It will be a virtual presentation. The presentation will be delivered by Mr. Sifiso Mkonza. So if I can just have a heads up, I think from our technical team, thank you. They are ready on standby to present. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, here with the virtual presentation.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Sifiso Mkonza, as indicated on the slide that is currently showing. I'm the Director for Qualifications Development at the QCTO. I want to first acknowledge the presence of the CEO in this meeting, as well as the Mictseta management at large. I also want to acknowledge the Mictseta stakeholders at large. Since we are at Limpopo today, we are also pleased to be part of this engagement with MICT. My colleague who is here with me will also present on accreditation of providers, just to help in locating myself within the broader services that we are providing at the QCTO. We have divided the services into 5 categories. I am the domain for qualifications, meaning I'm responsible for qualifications, part qualifications, skills programs, and learnership registration. The colleague that is here with me comes from a domain called accreditation. There are 5 domains. The 3rd domain is a domain that is responsible for assessment. The 4th domain is the one that is responsible for quality assurance. And then the 5th one is our certification domain area, which is the one that is responsible for the certificates that learners achieve when they've done our offerings, which are qualifications, part qualifications, and skills program. We have another cutting across kind of division, which is research and development. It supports all these other domain areas that I have cited. My presentation for today will cover the following aspects. It will talk about the policy environment on qualifications, part qualifications, and skills programs. I will also touch on transitional arrangements that are currently in place, which emanate from a document which we refer to as the Ministerial Determination of 2020. I will also touch on our occupational qualifications new nomenclature. This is quite an exciting one as well. I will also touch on our sub-framework policy, which we refer to as the OQSF policy. And then my last slide talks to readiness to deliver qualifications. Thank you. This is the policy environment when it comes to qualifications that the QCTO is responsible for. Here we are just painting a picture to say, when we speak of qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs, all these interventions are premised on this broader environment, which is important to understand so that when you deal with these, you can locate these interventions within this broader policy environment. The first policy that I want to talk to is the determination of the sub-framework that comprise the National Qualifications Framework, which policy by the minister. It was gazetted on the 24th of December, 2020. Again, this is an exciting one in that in my cover slide of this presentation, it says OQSF game changer. This is a theme that we are running with presently, which is broadly informed by this ministerial determination. If I can just summarize what really is a big change in terms of this determination is that all our qualifications as the QCTO used to be known as occupational certificates from level 1 to level 8. But because of this determination, we can now use a variety of nomenclatures, which I'm still going to touch on it in the slide that is to come. So this is an exciting development, which is why we have themed our interaction with you. We've got an OQSF, which is going to be a game changer in the skills development environment. We are basing it on this ministerial determination and the exciting opportunities that it is providing to us. Maybe if I can just share with you again, it brings with it parity of esteems in terms of qualifications that are on our sub-framework, meaning that learners that will be getting qualifications in the future will also be having qualifications that are really of recognition in industry, that it will make it easier for somebody who has qualified in our sub-framework also to be understood out there. The one that I want to make an example of is true. Higher certificate, this is a qualification that is known, it is at level 5. This is a qualification that you will get when you have a qualification that is in the higher education qualification sub-framework, which is the CHE's sub-framework. But in this determination, the minister has made available to us a higher occupational certificate. Again, I'm sure this also signals very strongly the level at which this qualification is pitched for industry to have a better understanding when somebody has qualified maybe through our sub-framework, through this new nomenclature, that there will be that understanding that this is a qualification that is at this level. Because in terms of this example that I'm using, we also now can offer a higher occupational certificate, which is very clear in terms of industry's understanding that this is a qualification pitched at NQF level 5. Industry will have a better understanding of it. It also enjoys a similar parity of esteem to that is offered by CHE. Another example is a diploma, which is very well known in industry. We can also now offer a qualification at level 6, which is known as an occupational diploma. That also on its own will really signal very strongly that this is a qualification at level 6, and this is what it really provides opportunities to a learner, and that learner will be understood in context as well in terms of parity of esteem. This is quite exciting to us in terms of where we are going. The other policies that I've cited here are other important policies which really are in the context of all of the qualifications and skills programs. Next slide, please. One key thing that I want to touch on in terms of the qualifications is what we refer to as the transitional arrangements, which are also documented in the ministerial determination. This relates to what the minister, when he published his determination, I'm talking here about the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, who has got an executive authority on the NQF. So when the minister published this determination on the 24th of December, he also indicated very clear that we are phasing out the historically registered qualifications. And he refers to these in his determination as the pre-2009 qualifications. In this transitional arrangements, he makes it very clear that these are the dates of phasing out these qualifications. Registration date, which is June this year. Already we are in March. So in a few months' time, we will be reaching the registration end date for these qualifications. There is what we call a teach-out period as indicated here, last date of enrollment and last date of achievement for all qualifications that are associated with this pre-2009 qualifications. After 2027, we will not be talking of pre-2009 qualifications because we would have really phased them out completely. So qualifications that will be having a standing in terms of our sub-framework, it will be occupational qualifications that have been developed and registered in terms of the current provisions that we have. Thank you. This is also a broad indication on qualifications that are currently registered. Just to also share with you that we've covered some ground as well as the QCTO. As at end of Q3, which is end of December last year, we had 690 registered occupational qualifications. These are qualifications that have been developed through the QCTO's work, and these are the new occupational qualifications that are registered. What you see as dates at the bottom are registration end date for these qualifications. So I'm sure this is also self-explanatory, but sending a very strong message again to say we have got quite a number of new qualifications that have got a registration end date 2023, in the same way as we're talking about the pre-2009. What this is saying as well, this is a message that we are sharing with all stakeholders, is that the expectation is that we need to transition all of these and align them to the new nomenclature, which was gazetted by the minister in his determination that I spoke to earlier on. Next slide, please. In terms of MICT specific, these are the qualifications that we have. We have 14 to date. I think the previous presenter also did touch on the details of these qualifications, but maybe of importance to state to you is that those that have got a registration end date 2023, there is one. So we expect MICT to transition this and realign it to the new nomenclature, which is what was gazetted by the minister, so that we can begin to see this game changer happening in terms of qualifications that sit in this space. Next slide, please. This is what is going to happen when we are reviewing all registered qualifications. Obviously, the nomenclature, as I've indicated, we have to ensure that they comply with the credit threshold for qualifications and part qualifications. We need to ensure that the module structure and content speaks to what we are expected to do. Our exit level outcomes and associated assessment criteria must be appropriate and really justifiable in terms of the qualification and where it is pitched. We have to ensure that all qualifications have got international comparability. They also have got articulation, integrated assessment. We also need to ensure that there is a QAS addendum developed as part of the process, because what used to happen before is that we would develop a qualification, get it registered, and then start working on the QAS addendum. But we have since revised that. We are saying the review as it happens, we want the QAS addendum to be incorporated in that process as well. So that's what we are highlighting here. Curriculum development will also be expected to be done according to all the improvements that speaks to our OPSF policy 2021, and we also expect stakeholder consultation to be done accordingly. So this is just a very broad highlight that I'm providing, that when we transition these qualifications into this new environment, we have to ensure that we attend to all of what is highlighted on this slide. Next slide, please. Here, I'm not going to even waste your time here. What I want to highlight is that there are 4 stages that we highlight when it comes to qualifications development. There is an application process, which is represented by number 1 there, and all the content of what happens. There is qualification development process, which is number 2, also containing its sub-elements to say what happens during qualification development process. Then there is number 3, which we call qualification evaluation process. Again, we are just highlighting what happens in that phase of qualification evaluation. And then lastly, we've got qualification registration, which happens with SAQA. Once we've done all our work as the QCTO, we recommend the qualification to SAQA. SAQA has got its own process that it takes the qualification through before it gets registered. So this is just to give stakeholders an indication of the journey that a qualification takes from development to registration. Thank you. This is the nomenclature that I was talking to earlier on, which is what we are saying is a game changer in our space. I'm sure I don't have to really mention this. I want to focus your attention on number 5, NQF level 5. Remember, the higher certificate is what you will find on the CHE. We also now have a higher occupational certificate. They have got diploma and advanced certificate at level 6. We have got an occupational diploma and we've got an advanced occupational certificate. And up it goes all the way up to level 8. So this is quite exciting in that our qualifications will enjoy that parity of esteem where a learner will say, I have an occupational diploma. Another learner on the higher education side will say, I have a diploma. And our learner will be saying, I have an occupational diploma, which serves the same kind of, sends the same message that we are talking about a qualification at NQF level 6, which is quite exciting as well for us. So we are looking forward to this really, gaining traction in terms of implementation of our sub-framework. This is another slide at a very high level to say our qualifications are made up of 2 components, knowledge theory, application. This is more technical as well, but I think it's important to understand as well when it comes to qualifications, what makes up our qualifications. I won't really take your time on this one, trying to explain this technical element to it. Maybe it suffices just to leave it at that. Where are we now? Somebody's assisting me on that end. But I'm about to really, I think it's a few slides to the end. Thank you very much and welcome back. As South Africans, we are now aware that we have got this challenge of load shedding, and I know our government is really working hard to really take us out of this situation where we are impacted on by this experience of load shedding. So I will just take us from where we ended, colleagues. I was just saying on this slide, our qualifications are made up of two components. That's what our OKSF policy is saying. We say there is a knowledge theory and then there is application. But in application, we are saying there is this functional combination of practical skills and work experience, which is what makes up our applications. I don't want to complicate this further, but this is just something that I need to bring to your attention, that our qualifications moving forward will be made up of these two components, even our skills programs, etc. Okay, next slide. These are the important documents that you need to take note of when it comes to qualifications. There is a qualification document, which when you go to the SAQA website to check and confirm whether you are working on a registered qualification, this is the document that you will get on the SAQA website, confirming to you that you are working on a registered qualification. Every registered qualification is accompanied by the following documents: a curriculum document. You will see, I'm sure you can see on the screen that these are a different color. So all of these are accessible at the QCO, with the exception of the qualification assessment addendum. This is a document that is like kept classified, if I can use that term, because it contains in it very, very important information when it comes to assessment instruments that are to be developed for our qualifications, because all our qualifications and part qualifications, they all have what we call an external integrated summative assessment. So this qualification assessment addendum indicates very clear what that external integrated summative assessment is going to be. So it's the fourth document. So number 2 and 3, these are documents that you will gladly access on our website. One of the important ones being the curriculum document, the assessment specification document, and obviously the fourth one that I've indicated, that this is a classified one which we only develop with a specific group of assessment experts, and it is used by our quality partner assessment in ensuring that the instruments for our external integrated summative assessment can be developed using this guide that the QAS addendum document provides. Next one. Here, this is just a reminder to say, remember when we speak of notional hours of learning, which is what in the essence is the message behind our qualifications. We know that 1 credit is equal to 10 notional hours. And when we speak 10 notional hours, we are not saying learners must be in class for 10 hours, but we are saying these are the elements that make up the notional hours of learning. Contact session, online or hybrid mode of learning, you do count that. Time required to conduct research or to compile an assignment, you need to incorporate that as well. Time required for practical tasks, work experience, simulation tasks, you need to incorporate that. Self-study, when learners are doing their own self-study, that also contributes. When you are conducting assessment, that also contributes. So we need to really adopt this holistic understanding when we translate our credits into a meaningful discourse when it comes to what really they mean in qualification terms. This is just a slide that I included for that purpose. Here, I'm just highlighting the representatives that are critical to be involved in qualifications development: employer representatives, associations, workplace practitioners, employee organizations, associations, assessment experts, curriculum experts, regulatory bodies, professional bodies, statutory bodies, as well as non-statutory bodies. These are all critical stakeholders that need to be involved. Training providers, public and private, Council on Higher Education representative, higher education institution representative. This is one of the new developments that we are providing as our guidance as the QCTO to say, when you approach qualifications development, ensure that you involve the stakeholders that I have mentioned earlier. Just in summary again, what is in the qualification, in the curriculum document? You will find a profile of that occupation in terms of the tasks that are critical to be achieved. What is the purpose of this occupation? What are the products and services? What are the, this is more technical. Maybe I shouldn't go to this level of detail. I think what suffices for me to say is that the curriculum document provides you an in-depth understanding on what the occupation is about, what needs to be covered when delivering your training. So maybe I should just leave it at that level. Assessment specification, I did talk about it. I don't have to repeat it. The QAS addendum and the qualification. This is just in another way highlighting those four documents. Then the last slide is the one that says readiness to deliver these qualifications means there must be a qualification that is registered. There must be an accredited skills development provider. If there is a workplace, that workplace must be approved. There must be an assessment center that is accredited. This is also important because all our external integrated summative assessment only happens at an accredited assessment center. Then you can bring a learner on board for training and development if all of these elements are in place. But when we speak of a skills program, we need an approved skills program, and we only need an accredited skills development provider, because with skills program, every assessment happens only at the level of a skills development provider. There is no assessment center that is involved. Everything only happens in this space as indicated here. I think this is the last slide, and thank you for listening. I'm sorry for taking such a long time. Chair, if you can allow my colleague from accreditation also to do her presentation. Thank you very much.
Mkonze assisting me on that, or is it Mictseta that is assisting me to flag the presentation?
I think MICT is going to run, Ms. Makopi. Thank you.
Thank you.
And share it on the screen, both for our audience online as well as ourselves here at the venue.
Okay.
If we can just be also mindful of the time, such that we are able to move on to our next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I've noted that. Thank you very much, Chairperson. As Mr. Mkonze have indicated, I am Bongiwe Makopi, Acting Director Accreditation. I'm going to present only 5 slides as follows: accreditation, application for occupational qualification or skills program, and overview, giving it on that. Accreditation application process for occupational qualification and skills program. Accreditation approval, appeals, application link. So this is accreditation process that I'm going to touch. I am going to say to you, colleagues, when I'm presenting that, you may never do accreditation without qualifications being developed, as Mr. Mkonze has indicated. And then he has also mentioned the curriculum document and accreditation. I'm mentioning accreditation policy. You cannot apply for accreditation without knowing the curriculum document of that particular qualification you're interested at and the accreditation policy. I'm saying this because we are getting queries whereby someone, I want to be accredited, and when you say what do you mean by that and what do you want to be accredited with, they will say that advise me. So we are preaching this gospel that curriculum document and accreditation policy is very important in accreditation. And also the accuracy of the information is also very important in that at the end of the day, as Mr. Mkonza has indicated, the 5 domains, which is the last one, which is certification, and also the learner enrollment. If somebody has written something wrong, like the name of the learner, it will affect the whole thing. The certificate will come in another name. So it is very important. I'm stressing it on this overview. The QC2 issues accreditation for a specific physical address, and hence multiple applications must be, should the accreditation be in the different address? I try to minimize something that is blocked me. Apologies for that. And hence, multiple applications must be submitted. One will ask as time goes on, but I will attend that question now. That there are modes of delivery in the accreditation policy that is including the online accreditation. So one will ask and say that if I'm in Gauteng and I'm doing it online, we want the address in Gauteng where you are. And then if you are not supposed to share the accreditation with the other province. If you are doing online, that means you are going to do the accreditation in Gauteng. But if you want to do online accreditation, there are qualifications that are relevant to that. We are fixing that this one can be done online and this one cannot be done online. What I'm specifying is that there are qualifications that are done that can be done, like project management online, and then you cannot do the trades, which is welder online. But we are fixing that on curriculum, on qualifications development. So we need an address because the quality assurance domain needs to know you for curriculum implementation, where you are. And then we also accept MOUs, but I will explain that as we go down. We can go to the other slide. When you're changing a physical address, it needs to be redone because it's a new address that you are going at. So it seems as if it's taken as if it's a new application. I am on accreditation process, step 1, where accreditation commences. I must say that we were helped by the COVID, although it is a wrong thing, it was a disease. It assisted us to push. We're no longer using a file, we're using an online application. And then once you get, once the application is submitted online, the automated acknowledgement of response is given. You get it as a SDP. That is saying that you are going to be asked to send annexures. That means you must upload the compliance document as indicated in step 2 below. If the STP has uploaded all compliance documents, the application process proceeds to step 2, which I'm going at. But now you can go to another slide, sir. I'm used in sharing for myself. Apologies. Step 2. These are the desktop evaluation documents that we need. We are vetting you here. That do you have a CIPC registration? If not, you are not going to be able to get accreditation. The latest tax clearance certificate, or if you are exempted as a state entity like government, TVET, CET colleges, you need to give us a proof of exemption. The CVs of facilitators is indicated in the curriculum document of all the qualifications under human resource. Somebody cannot train something he is not required to train. We get people giving us CVs that it shows clearly that they didn't check the human resource under curriculum document. Hence, at the beginning of this, I was indicating that curriculum document is very important if you want to apply for accreditation. so that you must know who qualifies to do this qualification. Like for instance, the bookkeeper cannot be done by someone who is who's teaching training and development. I just mean that, and I think you understand what I'm saying. And then the details of foreign personnel accompanied by the work permits. There are people from outside the country. We must know that they are permitted to be around here, South Africa. And then if you've studied outside, it must be self-evaluated so that it can match our qualifications. And then the facilitators must be qualified for the qualification they intend to facilitate, as I've already indicated. Another slide. And then the desktop evaluation is still continuing. Proof of financial sustainability. Here, you're gonna give us a business plan if you you'd never do the business before, whereby you are showing us projections of our training. We want to just check, did you project for any training? How much is it that will cost you? And then if you are audited already, we just need audited financial statements so that we see that you have catered for. Are you sustainable to train, and will there be no learners that are coming to us and saying that the school is closed? So we're checking first, although we don't know in future what will happen, but if you are applying, we need to see that. And then MOUs with institutions with resources of learning. The CETs especially, you can have a MOU with the institution, like a TVET. You can go to a TVET, like for instance, we are a CET, to a TVET and ask for doing the afternoon classes when they are not done. We are allowing that as long as you give us the MOU terms, and the relationship is for how long and it is authentic. And then an important one, the valid OHS, as we know that occupational health and safety is very, very, very important. We need to have that because the buildings that are burning, and you don't want to be found wanting as the quality council. Proof of ownership. Are you leasing or are you owning this place? Surely we need a document. It's still a desktop evaluation. Then the last one for desktop evaluation that we want from you on those annexures that are mentioned on the application is the learning material metrics. Learning material metrics, we are making you to go to the curriculum document again. We want you to go there, and you must know that, as Mr. Mkonza has indicated, that is the occupational qualifications is knowledge, practical, and workplace. And then the skills program is knowledge and application. We want you to go there and see how many KMs are there, and did you put the titles, did you put the topic elements, etc., etc. So it's like a table of contents. And then what sources did you use to develop this material? In other cases, we find that the sitters are saying that they want a standardized material. They give the material to their providers. So the standardized material must go with the learning material metrics. What we want from you when we go to the site visit, we want you to give us a letter that you are given this by the certain sitter that we know that it has got a standardized material. You can go on, sir. Step 3, which is the program delivery readiness. This is a site visit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think just in the interest of time, as we actually did want to
Recording
end
in
this
progress.
program by 1:30, unfortunately, due to these technical glitches, it is actually entering into our schedule. I am going to request that our senior manager for ETQA, Ms. Natalie Nelson, comes up and provides us with her overview. You'll see, ladies and gentlemen, that there's quite great integration between QCTO and ETQA, as you will witness from Ms. Nelson's presentation. But I'd like you to please help me introduce her formally and give her a round of applause. Ms. Natalie Nelson, our Senior Manager for ETQA. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Tabiso, for that introduction and for that warm round of applause and a welcome. As indicated by Tabiso, I'm responsible for education, training, and quality assurance within the MICT-SETA, and our core function is basically to be the glue between what comes from SSP and then heads into LPD in terms of funding. So just an overview of what we'll cover in terms of the key points. 3 key areas and takeaways that I'd like you to obviously focus on and remember post this presentation. We're going to look at some quick updates around the OQSF policy and what the impact is on you as SDPs at this point, MICT-SETA accredited SDPs. We're going to look at how it affects then the AQP updates, which is Assurance Quality Partner updates around accreditation, ETD practitioner registration, as well as verification and certification. And then finally, we'll focus on the DQP updates, which is our role as a development quality partner, where of course we develop and realign qualifications in line with the OQSF policy. So just having a look at what we do from an ETQA perspective, we are delegated the function of AQP and DQP. We are established under the ETQA regulations, and these ideally are outlined in the South African Qualifications Authority Act, as well as the Skills Development Act, and it underpins all policies as issued by QCTO. In this presentation, we'll cover the accreditation of providers. We're going to look at registration of ETD practitioners, the conducting of verifications, and then subsequent to that, certification, and then qualifications realignment. So just as a start, important to note from the previous presenter, Mr. Mkonza of QCTO, the sub-frameworks and the NQF, important to note that we started at the ABET level, which is now known as AET. We start then from NQF level 1 to NQF level 4, and this of course is governed by Umalusi. We then move into the NQF level 5 to NQF level 10. This is the Council for Higher Education and Training. And with the establishment of QCTO and now our mandate as a SETA, it extends from NQF level 1 qualifications or 2 qualifications up to and including NQF level 8. It's also important to note that the SETA has recently received approval from QCTO to develop 2 qualifications at NQF level 7 and 8, and these are in the film and television subsector. This basically means that you can start at NQF level 3 or 4 and articulate all the way up to NQF level 8. So just in terms of the OQSF policy, important to note, and remember this is a ministerial determination, so this has not been determined by the QCTO or by the MICT-SETA, it has been determined by the minister. It basically says in respect of this that the transitional arrangements are in place. What does transitional arrangements basically mean? It basically means that we're now moving on to the occupational framework and that sub-framework policy. It further means that because all qualifications, pre-2009 qualifications, historical qualifications or legacy qualifications, whatever term you use for those qualifications, they will come to an end. The registration end date for those qualifications are at the 30th of June, 2023. So this means if you are a service provider or prospective MICT-SETA service provider and are seeking accreditation from the MICT-SETA, your application needs to reach us by the 31st of March 2023 in order for us to process your application. It takes a period of roughly 3 months for us to work through your application if your application is fully complete, meaning you've passed through all stages, the first stage being the desktop compliance, the second stage then being the site verification, and then the last stage would of course be approval from the independently appointed accreditation committee, which is not me, thankfully. And then, of course, the award of your accreditation. So it's critical to note that if you are seeking to be an MICT-CETA accredited SDP, please, please, please submit your application by the 31st of March 2023. Furthermore, it's important to note that the last date of enrollment as per the qualification is on the 30th of June 2024. This basically means that if you are an SDP and you are accredited by the MICT-CETA, the last date at which you can enroll a learner into any one of the qualifications or skills programs that you are accredited for is the 30th of June 2024. If you enroll a learner post this date, unfortunately, the MICT-CETA would not then be able to exit the learner through the verification process. So it's critical to note that you must enroll learners by the 30th of June 2024. The last date for achievement, as indicated by my colleague from QCTO, for all pre-2009 qualifications, noting that to be the 30th of June, then 2027. And this is what we term the teach-out period. So between the time that you have registered the learner and enrolled the learner from the 30th of June 2024, you have up to and including the 30th of June 2027 to take the learner through training, assessment, reassessment, internal moderation, and then request for exit verification by the CETA. Also important to note that any learner who is not verified by the 30th of June 2024 will not be certificated. Okay, so moving into our assurance quality partner updates. This just seeks to reiterate again the very important dates that we have. I know many of you have questions around, I'm already an accredited training service provider. I applied for reaccreditation and was told I would receive an extension. So we have started the process of issuing out extensions to many of our training service providers, those providers who qualified either under the COVID Memo 19, and then subsequent to that, the next memo that was issued. What we are doing, however, is we are validating that in fact providers still exist at the same address at which they were accredited. Because remember, your accreditation is also linked then to your site approval. We are trying to establish that in fact you have registered ETD practitioners with whom you have a service level agreement and they can assess and moderate against the scope of the qualifications for which you are accredited. We're also in the process then of just validating that in fact throughout your period of accreditation you have certainly implemented some kind of program, whether it's 1 unit standard, a full skills program, a full qualification, in order to validate that in fact we can extend your accreditation. So we have issued to date a total of about 661 letters to our SDPs. The remainder of the SDPs, we are still in progress and we can expect that those letters would be issued then by the 15th of March. So just in terms of critical to the success of your application, the completeness of the application. What we seem to find in the process of trying to validate your documentation and move you on to the second stage of the process is once you have applied using the platform that we've put in place as a mitigation, noting the CEO's feedback around the LMS system that is currently still in development, we find that we receive 50% to 70% of the information, with the 30% of the information only sent to us 2 or 3 months later. You'd note that some of the information that you send through, particularly the compliance documentation, has an expiry date. So by the time you submit 2 or 3 months later, your initial submission or the documentation that you initially submitted has now expired, and you send us the remainder of the 30% at a later stage. It makes it difficult for us to process your application because it's then considered non-compliant. So the request is please ensure that when you are sent through the document to complete the desktop compliance evaluation form, you complete the document, you indicate the start and the end dates, the expiry dates, and you submit a complete application for us to conclude on the desktop verification and then move you into then the allocation for site visit. So important, what do we define as accreditation? It's the process where we want to look at your operations and the services that you want to render, and we want to validate that it meets the necessary standard, firstly of the SETA, but secondly, to be able to implement that qualification. So if you're seeking to implement film and television, you certainly are going to need access to things like audiovisual equipment, you're going to need access to things like cameras, etc., and you may not have that as yourself as a service provider, but much like the QCTO, you should have an MOU in place with an institution or workplace that has access to this. That MOU must cover the scope of how you're actually going to utilize that facility for which period of time, noting that our accreditation is actually provisional in the beginning, so a 2-year accreditation, and then post that 5-year accreditation. With the introduction of then the OQSF policy, all accreditation then post the teach-out period would not exist. So at this stage, we are extending in line with the last date of enrollment. And once you've enrolled your learners, there's proof and evidence that learners have been enrolled into the programs, then we can certainly grant you a further extension up to and including the teach-out period. So how do you apply? You'd note there's a link in the presentation. We have put together MS forms. You complete the form by following that link. What do we require from you in terms of that link? We initially need a referral letter from QCTO. There's also a link for that referral letter. So if you want to implement a full qualification, a pre-2009 qualification, you would need to apply with QCTO. If you want to do a skills program, that letter of referral is not required. You can come straight to the SETA and apply using that link. The legislative document, so this is not complete, but these are the areas that we request for critically, and you would see it in the document that we send to you, which is the desktop compliance list. Legislative documents such as CIPC docs, your lease agreement, the proof of financial stability, and or cash flow statements. ETD practitioners, these are your assessors and your moderators who are registered by the MICT SETA, and they should actually be able to assess and moderate against the scope of the qualifications that you are seeking accreditation for. You need to have learning materials in place, the learner guide, facilitator guide, the alignment matrix, which basically indicates what you are going to, or how you're going to assess the learner's competence, using which activities, and how you're going to ultimately determine that in fact the learner does meet the minimum requirements. Quality management system, your processes, your procedures, your policies, how you're going to govern and implement learning, how you're going to enroll and endorse learners, and how you're going to manage the process of assessment and moderation. And then, of course, a workplace and a training site. The SETA does make provision then, of course, for formative assessments to be done online. So if you are running your sessions using, whether it's Google Meets, whether it is using MS Teams or Zoom, please ensure that you are firstly able to download an attendance register, which proves that learners actually did attend the training sessions, but you can also use other platforms to be able to do that. And then also record the session so we have proof and evidence of interaction between, of course, the learner and the facilitator as well. The informative assessments, your classroom assessments, those can also be done using an online platform. The training center is, however, required for the more practical aspects where we are doing the simulated learning prior to heading into the workplace, and furthermore, the workplace or the training center is also required then to finalize on the summative assessment or the portfolio of evidence. So just in terms of our governance process there, as indicated, you submit your online application. Once we receive that online application, we issue with a link. We ask you to please ensure that you download all of the documentation, upload all of the documentation that is required as per the desktop evaluation form. Make sure that that is submitted to us. Once that's done, we do the desktop vetting. We give you a report back and indicate, yes, you're fully compliant and you're going to head onto the allocation schedule, or no, these are the gaps. We're going to give you anything from 7 to 21 days, depending on the severity of the gap. And you would then need to close off on those gaps and resubmit. We then allocate you have the site visit. And once you have the site visit, the advisor wants to validate a lot of the information that you've already submitted. We do an online site visit, and we also do a physical site visit. We understand that from a physical site visit perspective, it is necessary at some points in time, particularly for our SDPs that are situated really, situated in the deepest of the rural areas. The infrastructure may not be in place to successfully run a session using the online method. Important to note with the online method though, if you and when you submit your application, the GPS coordinates that you send through to us, which indicates your location, must match the GPS coordinates that come up when we run the online session, or we are not able to continue with that session. Okay. Finally, we head into the recommendation by the advisor. So they would say, yes, we agree, you've met the minimum requirements, and therefore we're going to recommend and table your report at the Independent Accreditation Committee. So our planned timeframes there are generally 45 days, but we understand, and I'm going to note a lot of frustration coming from our stakeholders around how long it's taken us to actually process your applications. This is not just the CETA trying to be extremely difficult or ETQA trying to be difficult. Unfortunately, the absence of an LMS system makes it very difficult for us to work through the manual submissions that you have. So you'd note on an average month, we receive over 230 applications that we manually process to ensure that we can get to the next stage of allocations. So we do understand your frustrations, but in respect of the LMS system and what it intends to do for us, it'll certainly make sure that the 45 days is adhered to. So just a quick synopsis on accreditation. In terms of the applications that we've received for what we term Q3, which is October to December, we received 19 applications from this province. In terms of the total number of providers that we have a total of 166 providers in the province at this point in time. And those are a combination of those who've got a 5-year accreditation, provisional accreditation, and those who are then accredited by another CETA and have extended their scope into the MICT CETA. So I'm not going to belabor the point around the occupational qualifications. I think my colleagues from QCTO have clearly explained their process, but it's important for you to note that the CETA does play a role in this process. And in respect of our role in this process, we start at the second phase of the accreditation process. So when you submit your application, they do their desktop compliance and vetting, and they send through the information and say, these are the providers in these provinces who've applied for accreditation, who've met the minimum requirements from a desktop evaluation process and are now ready for site visit. And that's where the CETA takes over. So if you have a look at that diagram, the areas where it's blue, the areas where it's red, that's QCTO, the areas where it's blue, it is the MICT CETA. So our role then starts at, we've received your documentation, you are compliant from a desktop perspective, we'd like to schedule a site visit. What type of site visit would be most convenient for you? Would you like a physical site visit? Would you like an online site visit? Here are the dates. These are the requirements. This is the site visit pack. And this is what we're going to vet when we are there. Once we've done that, we then generate a report and we send that report through to the QCTO. They then have a bi-monthly sitting of the accreditation committee, process your application and determine whether in fact you can be an accredited provider for QCTO. They also then issue you with your letter. So they issue you with an accreditation letter. The CETA then issues you with an accreditation certificate. And that's part of the process of endorsing that certainly you can train on our accredited programs. The next update is around ETD practitioner updates. So important to note, as we know, the definition of assessment, and that is basically a task that is set out to obtain evidence which then validates a learner's competence against the qualification or the standard that they are seeking to eventually move into, whether it's within their career or within a workspace. So the importance of assessment is we want to receive this evidence so we can improve quality. And how do we do that? We do that by judging. Then the next phase is around, then of course, the moderator. What is the role of the moderator in the process? The moderator is sort of in law, the judge and jury. Ultimately, the moderator is the person who has oversight of the full process. So they ask questions like, did the learners attend the training? Was there any engagement or proof of engagement between the learner and the facilitator, the learner and the assessor? They would ask you for the attendance registers. They would ask you for the feedback forms from the sessions that were actually implemented. They're going to ask you for the minutes of the meetings that were held. They're also going to ask you around any discrepancies that you may have picked up in the process of implementation. They also need to guide you on any of the gaps that have been identified in the process of implementation. Now, critically, this cannot happen in the aspect of quality and real oversight if you involve the moderator at the end of the process. The process of moderation means that the moderator should be involved at the beginning. They need to understand this is the implementation plan. This is what we're going to do. Is it going to meet the notional hours that QCTO spoke about? Are we going to break it down into practical, theoretical, workplace? Are we going to do a blended learning approach? Are we going to do a completely separated approach? How are we going to implement? Because if the CETA is going to uphold that process, the best fit for understanding whether we would do that or not would be the moderator. So oftentimes when we unfortunately aren't able to endorse your implementation, it is because there are gaps that you could have picked up in the beginning of the process if you had involved the moderator. So the moderator is basically the CETA in your process. And it is the reason why when we conduct verification, we request that the moderator is there, because they are the person who then finally endorses before we do. So the assessor registration process, these are the core requirements to become an assessor with the MICT CETA. You should have completed the Conduct Outcomes-Based Assessment Unit Standard. That is a unit standard that is endorsed by the ETDP CETA. And then you must then extend your scope or become a constituent assessor with the MICT CETA. Using the same link for forms, you will find then a link into this application for assessor or re-registration for assessor. So firstly, you must have subject matter experience in the field in which you will be assessing. We also need a certified copy of your ID and or passport, certified no later than 6 months prior to your submission. We need a copy of your certified work permit if you are a foreign national. We need your comprehensive CV because, of course, we want to validate that you have the necessary skills and experience, exposure, some form of service with regard to the areas that you'll be assessing. And again, we need to make sure that your documents are submitted in line with the ministerial determination or the presidential determination around the validity of documentation. For moderator, much like assessor, only here you need to have completed the conduct moderation of outcomes-based assessment unit standard. This is endorsed again by the ETDP CETA. You must have subject matter experience and expertise in the field of assessment and moderation. Much like with assessor, we need a certified copy of your ID and or passport, certified copy of your work permit for foreign nationals, and then the comprehensive CV is required as well. Just important to note, in terms of the OQSF policy, the role of the moderator is very minimal in the process. And so what we are starting to see then is a lowered uptake in terms of moderator registration. However, with the introduction of the External Summative Assessment Center, as indicated by my colleagues, which is basically your examination center, there would still be a requirement for a moderator. So while the transition is happening, and it may seem that there are gray areas, there's still opportunities for assessors and moderators in the occupational framework process. The introduction of the OQSF then means that we need to look at subject matter experts. These are our form of assessors in the process. Critically required here in the OQSF is you have to be a subject matter expert. So if you want to assess against artificial intelligence, you should have had exposure, skills, knowledge, some kind of certification in that field. The QCTO focuses quite strongly on subject matter expertise rather than assessment expertise. And that doesn't mean that it doesn't necessarily matter whether you are an assessor or moderator. But the development of the course addendum, as well as then that ESA document, that secret document that my colleague alluded to, will then guide you in the process of assessment and what you should be looking for. The CETA is, however, putting together a short skills program around assessment to actually support our subject matter experts, and we'll be rolling that out in the second quarter of the 2023-2024 financial year, which is then noted to be from July of 2023. We will, of course, like we usually do when we're running our capacity building sessions, put it on all of our platforms, social media, etc., as well as our website. So just in terms of the governance process here, the time frame allocated is about 30 days. So you submit your online application. Once again, you're sent a link where you need to upload the necessary documentation. We do a desktop compliance vetting. There's a recommendation then by the advisor. If there are gaps, you're given 7 days to actually close those gaps. And then finally, we're looking at the approval and registration. I must indicate that we've managed to reduce our turnaround times here. When we receive compliant applications, we're actually able to process them in 10 to 15 days. So just having a look at ETD practitioners within this province, for assessors, we have a total of 180 assessors. That means that if we look at supply and demand, we have 108% supply according to the number of SDPs that are there. So that tells us that we have sufficient supply, meaning SDPs. There are assessors that are registered in your province that you can tap into to actually conduct these assessments. In terms of the 3-month scale from October to December, we've seen a 3% growth in respect of the assessor pool. And then finally, in terms of the number of foreign assessors conducting assessment and registered within the province, it sits at 7%. Looking at moderators, a total of 69 moderators. In terms of the supply, we're looking at a 48% supply. So that means that we literally just have 50% compared to the number of SDPs that are available to actually conduct moderation. We look at moderation like we look at doctors. If you go to a hospital, what do you see? Nurses everywhere, right? But they ring the doctor when there's an emergency. So that's what we look at in terms of moderators. We need to try and get that up, though, to at least a good 60%, because it would mean that there is 1.5 people available to conduct then your moderation. In terms of your growth, 4% growth, and in terms of foreign moderators, 1%. Moving on to verification. In terms of verification, this is the process that happens right at the end. Once you have enrolled the learners at the beginning of the process, you've taken them through training, you've assessed them, internally moderated, you then apply with the CETA using the very same link and say, I'm now ready. I've got an assessment report. I've got a moderation report. The POEs have been looked at. Attendance registers are in place. There is a verification toolkit that is available on the website. So you can download. It tells you the categories of information that we look at when we ideally are looking at your verification and generating a verification report. Important to note, you need to be able to track the learner's learning. We need to understand as a CETA, have the notional hours being covered? Has the learner in fact been given several opportunities to prove competence against the outcome? If the learner has only completed a certain percentage of the outcomes of the qualification, it's important to note that because there's credit accumulation, meaning that that learner can accumulate those credits that they have on that qualification and it could count towards another qualification. So in terms of types of verification, currently we only do exit verification, but moving into the new financial year, particularly focusing then on our funded programs in and through our learning programs division, we are going to be looking at induction verification, which is the process, of course, if you have been awarded, an employer has been awarded a DG grant, has appointed an SDP and says, this is the SDP we'll be making use of. The SDP then meets with the CETA to validate that, in fact, they are good to go in terms of the implementation, and this will help us with the process at the end. So you're not just gathering all of this information and keeping your fingers crossed and saying, I wonder if it's going to meet the minimum requirements, even though you would know what the minimum requirements are and should be as an accredited SDP. But this process will help you navigate through the implementation. So at the end of the process, we're not stuck with, can you please contact the learners who have left 3 months ago to come and sign a portfolio of evidence, which is oftentimes what we experience when we conduct exit verification. Interval, this is only for full qualifications, and then exit verification, of course, is the process that I explained at the end where we try to get to certification. So preparing, I won't run through this, the presentation would be then fully available on the website. All of our other presentations that we do around capacity building linked to exit verification is also then available on our website. But the most important part to remember around the governance of this process is that we need to firstly receive your online application. That application must be accompanied by the assessment report, the moderation report, samples of attendance register, and the verification toolkit, which is also housed on our website. Once you have submitted that information, we then vet that you are ready for verification. We then allocate to an advisor. The advisor will indicate to you the relevant dates when you are available. Sometimes we then request for a random sample, meaning we can contact any one of the learners to just ensure that, in fact, they were part of the implementation, that they did not disappear in week 2 of the implementation. This is also to ensure quality and to ensure that by the time we certificate, there isn't a skills mismatch, meaning the learner who comes off a systems development program, ultimately we need to be able to either place that learner for employment, or that learner needs to have the requisite skills to actually eventually open up their own enterprise. We conduct the verification, and that triggers the next stage of the process, which is certification. Just certification, important to note here, if a learner has completed a full qualification, they will be certificated with an Mictseta certificate once the full verification process has happened. If a learner has only completed certain unit standards, we are going to issue a statement of result that will indicate the learner has completed these parts or these unit standards in the qualification. And this accumulates to whether it's 20, 30, 40, 80 credits. That's what they receive. And those 80 credits then become portable unit standards. They can take them, and if they apply for a similar qualification in ICT, those qualifications or those unit standards can be recognized, and they would only need to close the gap in respect of this. So oftentimes what we do find is that when SDPs apply and they submit the information, they do not give us the list of learners who we need to issue with SORs, and this disadvantages the learners. So that's just our governance process. Again, online application. Once we've signed off on the verification report, fully signed off, we issue it to the certification unit. They then complete that process. They ensure that whoever has been listed in terms of the verification report is in fact part of the last cohort or part of the cohort that needs to be certificated. Important to note, we will make contact with you after this, after the verification process, because we want to be sure that the ID number for Natalie Nelson is in fact her ID number. We also get a lot of comebacks on, oh, I'm so sorry, you incorrectly printed the certificate. But when we go back to the documentation, you know, it was submitted in that way. And we also note that we have a manual process at this stage. So we are requesting, please, when you are requested to validate your information, that you certainly do that and validate it, so we can then start with the process of certification. End to end, it should take 40 days. We're now sitting on a process of 21 days to execute and submit on our certification. Just quickly, AQP or DQP updates. Much like my colleague Google, we are responsible for development of qualifications, what we term realignment of qualifications. So the 44 qualifications that you've seen that the Mictseta have had, they sit on the NQF. Many of you are accredited for those qualifications. They will no longer exist post the 30th of June 2023. What does that mean? We have to take those qualifications and realign them into the OQSF model. Much like the process that is followed for development, we also then identify key stakeholders critically, industry, STPs, unions, professional bodies, bargaining councils, everyone with a vested interest in that qualification, and the sector comes in to assist us. This is just the process end to end, where we start with the application, and at the end the qualification is developed and submitted. We do this with QCTO and then those 6 pillar partners that we indicated. Just in terms of the qualifications that we've realigned, we've got a total of 11 historical or pre-2009 qualifications that we've already realigned into about 9 occupational qualifications. 2 of those are registered on the NQF. The remainder are in review with QCTO and should be readily available to you once all the processes have been followed, including the SAQA vetting process, and we anticipate that this would probably be done by latest August of 2023. This is where we need you. These are qualifications that we're currently busy with. There's 9 occupational qualifications that we are developing. We cannot do this without subject matter experts. So if you're subject matter experts within computer technology, please join our sessions so that we can build qualifications that reflect what the sector needs. We need to get to the point where at the end of training, we can match the learner with an institution that is looking for their skills, an organization that's looking for their skills. We can't do that if we're building qualifications that do not reflect what the sector requires. This is just the remainder of the qualifications that we have over this period, April to June, and this will just ensure that we close the gap in terms of the occupational qualifications and that they are fully and readily available in respect of occupational qualifications. In terms of contact, my details are there. They're also on the website. We have an acting ETQA manager, Mohari Masekela, who is going on maternity leave soon. So we'll give you the contact details for the various unit leads, and you can actually contact them with regard to it. All of the content covered in this presentation is available on the website, as well as specific content related to all of the functions that I've covered here, be it verification, accreditation, ETD practitioners, and certification. With that, the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ms. Natalie Nelson. Time flies when you're having fun, and they say all good things come to an end. On that note, I'll ask you to evaluate your sentiments on this engagement session and the feedback form that is provided and submit it to the registration desk and on your way to the restaurant for lunch. I will now ask our CEO, son of the soil, to lead us to the end of this program, to give us a few closing remarks, rather. I am Kabiso Machigiza, marketing lead at Mictseta, and my time ends here. Thank you, CEO.
Thanks very much. I think we should request stakeholders to give a round of applause for themselves for having been patient. It shows something very positive, that our people are yearning for continuous knowledge and learning, and it's a step in the right direction, and we are encouraged by this gesture. It's a very positive sign. My brother, I think earlier on, asked a question of what we do in instances where stakeholders default. I would be categorical about it. We apply the service level agreement as it is. The provisions that are articulated there that talk to termination, we implement it without fail. Gone are the days where we should promote that element of just not doing things right and expect us to have mercy. We terminate it as it is and go to the extent of reporting that particular company to National Treasury, so such that they should never make business with government, because it's taking advantage of those who are doing good to the young people of this country. But we also have a register in the office of LPD where we keep a record of those companies that we say are in red, such that we can no longer do business with them as Mictseta. So in closing, dear stakeholders, let me also acknowledge there's a gentleman right there in the corner. If you can just rise, Mr. Pasha. He's a former board member of this particular entity. Mr. Very well with him over the past, and he's here with us. Acknowledging even you, Yet of Limpopo, the two representatives or so, There's also stakeholders whom we have partnered with deliberately from the perspective and context of the triple helix model, ensuring that we also partner with the industry, including academia, so that we are more impactful in the other leg that deals with the issue of absorption. So the only way, ladies and gentlemen, we can have adequate, appropriate, high quality skills that truly contribute towards economic growth, employment creation, and social development. It's when all social partners work together by investing in more skills in the young people of this country in order to achieve the broader vision of a skilled and capable workforce for South Africa. So the need, therefore, remains to accelerate and massify digital skills for active participation in the digital economy in a manner that has never been seen before, such that the capabilities of our people are enhanced in line with the labor market demands and national priorities. So we remain focused as Mictseta towards building a capable developmental state by building the most needed digital skills to as many as possible. And this can be achieved not by Mictseta alone, but with you as the key custodians at the forefront. And I believe we will conquer the triple challenges ripping our people apart. We'll defeat these rising poverty levels together, and I urge stakeholders broadly to complement each other. Cross-pollination of ideas, best practices, and experiences is very important. It's what will take us to greater heights. Instead of competing with each other, let's cross-pollinate ideas, share best practices and experience. And particularly your SMMEs, those who have been there before, who have got that prior experience, ensure that you build up on those who are new into the industry so that we do justice for our young people. And with those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found this capacity building and engagement session empowering and value-adding towards opening up our eyes to the realities such that we remain focused on programs that will really change the current conditions which most of our young people, including those that were displaced by the challenges associated with COVID-19. Wish you well in your relationship with Mictseta, but rest assured, let's do justice to the young people of this country. I always say, if you do something that is inappropriate, ask yourself to say, if I were in the shoes of the next person, would I be giving that service? It's the same gospel I share with my colleagues, the team at Mictseta, that give our people the best service. The reason we are there, it's not because we are the best, it's because we've been given these opportunities to serve the people of this country and serve them the best possible way we can. Thanks very much.